Okay, while people are voting, I just want to again recognize folks. We see you with your hands up. The volunteers are working as quickly as they can to get. While people are voting, I just want to again recognize folks. That's weird. No, that's on YouTube. We see you with your hands up. The volunteers are working as quickly as they can to get.
Your audio is playing on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know how to stop it.
Close that window.
I thought I did. Did I not?
Or mute that window.
I think I was talking. So all of the hands raised are assumed that you need help with your ballot, and you will be moved to manually do your ballot. So all of the hands raised are assumed that you need help with your ballot,
To your YouTube
and
screen,
you will be moved to
bottom left,
manually do your ballot.
audio is muted.
I know, but I can't see it.
Did you bring it up on Chrome? Here.
Just get rid of it.
Does it keep you live streaming?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Oh, okay, hold on a second. There are a lot of people.
I saw that. No, they're still there in the waiting room.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Hmm?
They're doing it. They've been doing it. Ryan, just check with them. Josh, did you just let them people?
No, they're still in the waiting room.
I'm looking at Marcy Gray, Barry, and Farzad, and they've been there.
Is voting happening?
Yeah.
Don't come over here with it.
So that's why the waiting room, that's why they're there. That's because voting is happening. Right?
No, we're talking about two different things. No, Barbara's saying that people are letting people in while we're not supposed to be letting people in.
Correct, because I saw 3 people in the waiting
The
room.
3 people are still.
They're still here.
And you're talking about the moving,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's Marcy, Barry, and Farzad.
the race.
I'm looking at them.
Oh, I need a hug.
Somebody really.
4 minutes to get your ballot in. And if you have your hand raised to be moved in a room to get ballot help, please leave your hand up and we'll get you moved quickly. I'm going to check with staff and make sure that they've moved everyone. And if you are there, please make sure that you accept the join that's down on the bottom right hand of your screen. Accept the join so that you can join that room. I'm going to check with staff, make sure they're finished moving, and then I will lower all hands. Okay, delegates, I announced that we would be closing the ballot at 6:32. However, there were a few of the assisted ballot folks who hadn't had an opportunity to vote. And so again, we want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to vote. So we're just trying to make sure that we get everybody's votes in, and then we will close the ballot, just to give you an update so you know what's happening. Awesome. Okay, we are ready with the ballot count on that. Andrew?
Unmuting. Okay, on the motion to postpone, We have achieved a 2/3 majority, and business on the Constitution and bylaws is postponed, with 255 voting to postpone, 80 voting to continue discussion on the Constitution and bylaws.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay. Okay, so now, Andrew, if you could stop sharing, that'd be awesome. All righty, so now I would, there was a second part of the motion. I would entertain the second part of the motion. The second, yes, the second part of that motion framed as its own positive motion. I see Kamithria Jackson and then Naomi Andrews. Ms. Jackson. Would you unmute her? Ms. Jackson? Okay, we'll come back. Naomi Andrews.
I can
Hold
hear
on a
you.
second, just a second. It looks like
can
Ms.
speak
Jackson got
now.
herself unmuted. Did you want to say
Yes.
something?
What state for the benefit of all, the second part that is the positive consideration?
Could you repeat, please?
For the benefit of all, could you please state the second part to be considered?
Okay, so it was a two-part motion and we can't do two parts. So the second part was that we reorder the agenda to move the officer elections above the, just move the officer elections to this part of the agenda. To be considered next, I guess is what I should say. To move the officer elections to be considered next. Naomi? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Was that clear? Was that clear, Ms. Jackson? She's muted.
Yes. Yes, and I so move.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move the officer elections to be the next thing considered on the agenda. Naomi Andrews?
Sorry, that's not what I was gonna do.
Okay, Don Davis?
Yes, I'd like to second that motion, please.
Okay, so Don Davis, your name and county, please, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, Don Davis, Tulsa, CD1.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Kamithria Jackson from Garvin County? Kamithria Jackson made the motion. Don Davis from Tulsa County, CD1, seconded the motion.
It is Garvin County. I'm
It is
Garvin County
Garvin.
Chair.
All right, so I thought. Okay. I'm gonna try this to see if we can get this to pass by acclamation. So I'm gonna lower all hands. Remember that you wanted your hand up. Okay, I'm lowered all hands. Okay, pass by acclamation. Any objections? Any objections? I see hands. There are objections. Okay, so we're going to move immediately to a vote. We have a motion. I guess do we have to discuss the motion? Okay, so we're going to move immediately to a vote. Andrew? We are billing the ballot. What we will be voting on is reordering the agenda, moving the officer elections to be the next thing considered. That's what we're, and because that is reordering the agenda, which was part of the Rules Committee, that requires a 2/3 vote. Okay, so we are building a ballot right now with the intent, with the motion that is on the floor is that we move the officer elections to be the next thing considered on the agenda. And that will require a 2/3 vote.
Okay.
Okay,
When that interrupts, I'll set a 2-minute
We
timer.
need to,
Sergeant.
this, the vote, the motion is to reorder.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm pausing so that we can get, because it's not just a procedural, so that we could get that in the chat and follow the rules and maintain Jana Harkins as our rules chair.
Motion on the floor is to reorder the agenda, making the elections the next item of business.
Yes. Okay, so the motion that we are considering is in the chat. Alrighty, so the room is closed. Do not add anyone else into the room. We're about to drop the ballot. This will require a 2/3 vote. Ballot?
Dropped.
The ballot is dropped. It is 6:45. I'm going to give it 12 minutes. So at 6:57, we are closing the ballot. So please vote carefully, but vote quickly. Raise your hand if you need assistance. And if you need assistance, when they try to move you into a room, please accept the room invitation so that your vote can be taken quickly. Okay, so the link has been dropped again. There are 5 minutes left of voting unless the ballot assisted folks get through earlier than that. So we have 5 more minutes. Okay, we are back. The ballot is tabulated. The issue we were voting on was to,
unless you feel like you need to dial in,
Just
then you could go meet her. But if everything.
okay, so the thing that we just voted on was to make officer elections the next thing to be considered. Andrew, take it away.
Alrighty. On this motion to reorder the agenda, it required a 2/3 majority, and said motion was successful, achieving 86.1%. So the motion to reorder the agenda and take up elections was successful. 285 votes to 46 to continue with the established agenda. Oh, sorry.
Okay, it's not to continue with the established agenda. It is to reorder the agenda to move the officer elections to be the next thing considered. It passed, even though it was misstated, but that passed. So the next thing on the agenda is officer elections. We have chair, vice chair, treasurer, secretary, and then 4 affirmative action slots to be voted on. It is 7 p.m. I have been sitting on this screen since 10 a.m. I'm going to take a 15-minute break. I'll entertain a motion for something longer than that, but I need a 15-minute break. I've not eaten except for mini Three Musketeer. So I need a break. I see hands raised, so I'm going to address those hands, but not business. Marguerite? You need to ask
My
me.
hand was up. This is Marguerite McGuffin from Oklahoma County. My
Marguerite, you're unmuted.
Oh, okay. And my name is Marguerite McGuffin. I'm from Oklahoma County, and my hand was up for.
We got to figure out what to do when Andrew speaks. Okay, Marguerite, my apologies. I was muted.
My name is Marguerite McGuffin. I'm from Oklahoma County, and my hand was up for business.
Your hand was up for business?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to plead. Okay, it is 7:02. The body will stand until 7:17. Give me a 15-minute break. 7:17, we will resume business at said time. 7:17, it is 7:02 now.
Years ago,
Joshua Harris Till. This is Demetrius Barriolis. Do you know if I could meet you in the parliamentary breakout room, please?
We are back. We are back. We, just so that everybody is on the same page, we have reordered the agenda. And so we are moving to officer elections.
Can I interject a point of order real quick?
After I recognize you.
Sorry, Terry Gamble.
Hold on. I want to say this, that we have candidates that are kind of doing a standby and want to announce towards the end of this meeting. And so I would hope that everyone would stick around and hear about our legislative candidates, because honestly and truly, that is why we are here. Okay, so there I see hands up. I'm going to go to Terry, Jody, Troy, and 77849. I'm calling you in that order. Troy, 77849. Logan, I believe, is that number. Okay, so Terry, hold on a second. We need to let this guy in. Okay, Terry Gamble.
Hi, Terry Gamble, Tulsa County. As a point of order, the previous motions, the first of the two, was specifically to table everything after discussion of the present item, meaning we still need to discuss, finish our discussion of the existing bylaw that we were working on.
That was what was originally stated, but by the time there was all of the discussion and whatnot, it turned to we were tabling it at that point. I appreciate you staying on top of it, because we did have a lot of discussion about that, but what actually was voted on was that we were tabling everything after that point. Jody? I'm sorry, Jody Harlan?
Yes, just taking a minute to unmute. Mark Hammonds is supposed to be on the phone. He wants to speak for one of the candidates, and he doesn't know if he'll be heard. When I looked in the breakout rooms, I didn't see him. So I've been asked to give them advice, and I was in the chat, but we were on break. So what should I tell them to do?
Jody, I want to say, with all sincerity, I appreciate your advocacy for CD3. I really do. I appreciate your advocacy for Canadian County. So who I have on my list to go next are Troy, Logan, Kaylin, and Mark and Lori Hammonds. I saw their hand up. Does that give you comfort?
Yes, we could let Lori speak for them.
Okay, so what you're saying is that
We have Mark and Lori Hammonds are on. They're in a group. We can unmute them.
right, that's what I'm saying. I have them here. I see them. They will be recognized. Their hand is or was raised. So what you're telling me, Jody, is that they want to be someone who makes a motion for someone, I guess is what you're saying. So to be sure and call on them at that point. Is that what you're saying to me?
Yeah, I couldn't unmute again. What their message to me was that Mark's on the phone. He wants to nominate Mark Hammonds, and he doesn't know if he'll be heard. If Lori's hands up, I think she would have more information. If Lori Hammonds is on the list to speak, if that was what you said, Madam Chair, I think I would step back, and they asked me to advocate on their behalf, but if one of them is there, I bet they have better information. So yes.
Okay, great. Troy Green.
There he is.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, mine really had nothing to do with that. Mine was kind of like the guy that preceded me was on the motions, but I do have a personal gripe, if I can for just a minute. There's been a lot of people's hands raised throughout the process of this convention that have been overlooked time and time and time again, and mine was one of them. But you keep going to people that constantly, time and time again, that have already spoken or made a mark or made a move or made something. So I don't really plan on raising my hand anymore, but I just wanted to make sure that you kind of make this an equal thing so that each person that raises their hands multiple times, at least maybe one time, they'll be recognized.
That's a valid point, Troy. And so what I just so that everyone, because there are over 400 people on this call, I want you to understand my logic and what I'm doing is I'm recognizing folks in the order that they show up on my screen. And what has happened time and time again, because I see it, and I think you guys have seen me with the struggle where there'll be 5 people with their hands up and someone calls a point of order or something that I have to act on. And so I'm trying to be mindful. I'm trying to call people. But what is happening is someone's raising a procedural that means I have to cut us off where we are. And so I guess what we could all do is we could all be mindful that there are over 300 delegates here giving up their Saturday, trying to participate, and we should allow folks to participate who are here. I am just trying to follow the rules. Just trying to follow the rules. But thanks for that teachable moment, Troy. Logan. I'm guessing that's Logan at 778-439. Okay, I'm going to come back. No, Kaylin, Mark, West Marguerite. I wrote them down. Kaylin, free? Oh, she put her hand down? Okay.
I put my hand down.
Okay, thank you. Mark and Lori Hammonds. You're unmuted. Okay. Okay, orders of the day have been called, but in light of the last comment by Mr. Green, I am going to acknowledge Wes and then Marguerite and cut it there because I already had their names written down. Wes Robinson. Well, it's up as Sherry. Oh, shoot, he moved.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was my thing when we went on break. It was under me. Now I'm on my wife's computer, which I was before, and it's coming back as Sherry. I didn't know what happened there. I just want to make sure that that's coming. You're seeing it as me, but I'm seeing it on my screen as Sherry Robinson.
No, it's showing Sherry Robinson on my side, but I know you, so.
Okay, because I've got some nominations to make, and I want to make sure you knew who was calling on. But my bad. Thank you.
And Joshua changed you so that you read appropriately. Marguerite. You unmuted?
Yes, my name is Marguerite McGuffin. I'm from Oklahoma County. And I mean, the next item on the agenda is the resolutions. So we're in the middle of the Constitution and bylaws. So, you know, I'm just advocating to complete the agenda item before changing. And I'm all in favor of changing to the elections, but we haven't even touched on what the Constitution and bylaws revocation, you know, exposed itself. I mean, all those changes we wanted to discuss.
Okay, I hear you, but that has been moved, seconded, and voted on. And so we are at the point now where we voted to table it. We voted to reorder the agenda, and we're at the place where the next order of business is to elect officers. And because the chair is the first, the chair is the first election that is supposed to happen, and I cannot oversee election in which I am participating in, which I am a candidate for. I will be turning the convention over for this election to Joshua Harris Till to conduct. You're gonna stay there? Okay, to conduct the chair's election. Joshua?
All righty. All righty, so we're going to get moving on the elections of the chair. Now, this is super simple, and then in regards to our elections, the chair's race is the first race. We'll be opening up the floor for nomination speeches and second speeches, as well as speeches from the folks who are nominated. The time limits for those speeches are 2 minutes for nominations, 1 minute for seconding, and 2 minutes for candidate speeches. Again, that's 2 minutes for nominations, 1 minute for seconds, and 2 minutes for candidate speeches. We will now open up the floor for nominations. I am going to clear hands just so we can make sure that we're in line for it. And I want to make sure I recognize people, because the way you nominate is the order in which you'll be speaking. And I see hands coming up now. The first hand on my screen. So we will be accepting nominations for the position of chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. If you want to nominate someone, please raise your hand. I see Kathy Cummings, you are recognized. Kathy, who would you like to nominate?
I would like to nominate Sean Cummings for Oklahoma State Party Chair.
Sean Cummings, do you accept that nomination?
I do.
Is there a second for the nomination of Sean Cummings for Oklahoma Democratic Party Chair? I am going to unmute Mark Hammonds to see if you are the second. If you're not the second, that's okay. If you're nominating somebody, we'll come back to you. Are you seconding, Mark? Mark Hammonds, are you seconding that nomination?
Okay, so.
Okay, I'm not seeing it.
Recognize Ilka.
Recognize Ilka? Okay. Okay, I see you waving at me. Are you seconding that nomination? Okay.
Hi, Ilka High School, Greer County, CD3, second this nomination.
Thank you so much. All right, so it has been moved by Kathy Cummings and seconded by Ilka High School to nominate Sean Cummings for the position of Oklahoma Democratic Party Chair. Shall there be other nominations? On my screen, I see Monroe Nichols.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Nominating Alicia Andrews,
Alicia,
state party chair.
thank you so much. Alicia Andrews, do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Is there a second for the nomination of Alicia Andrews? I see your hand. There you go. Kaylin? Rise.
This is, hold on. This is Kaylin Free from Latimer County Democratic National Committee woman, and I second the nomination of Alicia Andrews.
It has been moved by Monroe Nichols and seconded by Kaylin Free to nominate Alicia Andrews for the position of Democratic Party Chair. Thank you so much. Will there be other nominations? Sarah Carnes Canadian. At what point who would you like to nominate?
Oh, that person's already been nominated, so, and seconded, so.
All right, thank you. Shall there be nominations? Jackie Anderson. Who would you like to nominate?
I was gonna also nominate Alicia Andrews, but it's already been first and second.
All right, thank you so much. Shall there be any other nominations? Please identify by raising your hand. Mark, I see your hand raised. You are unmuted. Can you hear us? Mark Hammonds. Mark Hammonds, can you hear us? I'm waiting. We're gonna go back. All right, we'll try to come back to Mark Hammonds in just a moment. We are accepting nominations. Jody Harlan, I see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I'm Jody Harlan from Canadian County. I would like to nominate Christine Bird for chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party.
Okay, Christine Bird, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Is there a second for the nomination of Christine Bird? Brennan Bratcher, you're recognized.
Brennan Bratcher from Canadian County, and I second that nomination for Christine Bird.
I will say traditionally in these things, one of the candidates have probably asked you to nominate them and or second them. So whereas we do appreciate that, if you are not the person who was supposed to nominate or second them, that is something that you can think about. But we'll move on with the nominations. Brandy Becerra, I see your hand raised.
Yes, I was just going to second that motion, but it's already been done.
Okie dokie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we still have nominations for the position of chair open. Lenny Reed, I see your hand raised. Who would you like to nominate?
I'd like to move that nominations cease.
So after there's no nominations left, nominations automatically cease. Because we still have hands up, I would like to recognize those people with their hands up. Reverend Roger Cudley, Reverend Dr. Roger Cudley. see your hand raised. Who would you like to nominate?
Roger Cutler, Muskogee County. I was actually calling to second his motion to close.
There's a second motion to close, and I appreciate that. We only have one hand left up, so we want to make sure that people are able to be recognized since that's something we got pinged on earlier, and there's only one hand left, so we can take that. Jason McIntosh, who would you like to nominate?
No, I was just moving to close.
All right. See, if all three of y'all would have just left those hands down. All right. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Seeing no further nominations at this time, I move to close. Oh, Mark Hammond's got his hand raised again. Mark, you still there? Mark Hammond's? No? All right. Really tried. If somebody wanted to assist Mark Hammonds by calling them on the phone, maybe holding up their phone to the computer speaker, he might be able to speak in that manner. I believe that he would be supporting one of the candidates. And so if you guys want to work that out, it'd be super helpful. Chantel Corey, on what part do you rise? Chantel Corey, on what point do you rise?
I was just going to share with you, Mark is supposed to be one of the nominators, but he's having trouble being heard even though he's talking. So they worked for 20 minutes before we got here and it's still not worked out. So I would ask for some patience.
If the nominator wanted to connect with Mark Hammonds, they could probably get him on the phone for the purposes of that speech. But on our end, we can't hear anything. I don't have a way to fix that. I'm not exactly sure why their connection isn't working at this point in time. But we hope that that can maybe be remedied soon. With no further nominations, we see nominations for the position of Oklahoma Democratic Party Chair closed. At this time, I'll be providing you a list of the 3 candidates who are running, and then we'll go into those nomination speeches, followed by those seconding speeches, followed by speeches from the candidates. Does everybody understand the order? Great. So first up,
it was Ilka who seconded Sean Cummings for
Kathy.
chair.
So Kathy. So first up, we have Kathy Cummings nominating Sean Cummings. You're recognized for 2 minutes. Give me 1 second so my timer can get themselves ready. And I want to make sure you're unmuted so we don't waste any of your time. And then
Make sure I'm literally in a closet in my restaurant, so I want to make sure my sound is okay.
your sound is fine. I'm trying to find you on the screen so I can make sure everybody can see your lovely face. There you are.
You just let me know when to go.
And you're good.
Hello, everyone. It's so great to see you all again. I'm Kathy Cummings. I'm the Village City Councilwoman, and I am here because I am nominating my husband and fellow Democrat, Sean Cummings, for Oklahoma State Party Chair. Now, obviously, I have my own reasons for nominating Sean for this position and know he's the best candidate for this job. But today, I'd like to give you all a little information of why I think you should decide that he is the best candidate for this job. First of all, he's had a book published just last week. While the rest of us put on 19 pounds during the pandemic, Sean wrote a cookbook. He didn't just sit around and whine while his restaurant was shut down. And of course, this has absolutely nothing to do with being party chair. I do know that. But what it is telling us is that no matter what the obstacles, he will buckle down and do what's necessary to get this job done. And that's called perseverance. He has run successful political campaigns, volunteering literally on hundreds of campaigns these past 10 years. He's done lit dropping, knocking doors, making phone calls, making commercials, videos. He has done it all, and he keeps doing it for all of our candidates. just to get these guys elected. With Sean Cummings, we get the added benefit of him being a professional actor. Between stage, film, radio, and TV, this is critical to get our message out through as many avenues as possible. The state party chair is the inspirational leader of our party, and I would say to you that this is what Sean has done his entire life, inspiring others to be their best selves. Sean has opened small businesses his entire life, and he knows how to get the job done. Is he controversial sometimes? Yes, he is. Will he speak truth to power? Yes, he will. Will he stand up for those who are underrepresented? Yes, he will, and loudly. And know this, his intentions will always be for the good of our party. This man that I know is my best friend and my husband has put everything on the line just to get our democratic message out there. And one last thing, Sean speaks Spanish. And if we're all about Spanish speaking outreach, then wouldn't it be nice if our state party chair spoke Spanish? Please join me in voting for Sean Cummings for Democratic Party chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that speech. We appreciate it. I gave a little grace in that speech, so I will definitely make sure I give a little grace in the other speeches. I'm going to come on camera when you only have 10, 15 seconds left so that you can know that you only have 10 to 15 seconds left so that you can be cut off. But I'm going to add an additional couple of seconds for the other speakers since I did it for that. Because I don't want to mute people because, you know, this is a very important race for us. I like muting people, but I'm trying not to do it. Next up, we have Representative Monroe Nichols for the nomination of Alicia Andrews. Monroe, are you there?
I'm here. Let's see. I tried to start my video, but that's been disabled somehow. But if you can hear me, that's just fine with me. I look better when I'm not on video anyway. Are we good, Josh? Can you hear me?
Give me 1 second.
There we go.
All righty, and you are ready to go.
Great. Well, hey, good evening, everybody. Representative Nichols, and I want to start by acknowledging the challenging time our state has faced over the last 15 months. Because of our governor's failure to lead, our state led the country in coronavirus cases. Like all families across our state, I recognize that a lot of folks attending the convention suffered loss over the last year and a half. For those of you who lost loved ones, you continue to be in my prayers. Now, elections are tough. They close a chapter on weeks and months of campaigning, and frankly, oftentimes they get a little messy. I've been on both sides of them over the years, and there's nothing wrong with fighting hard for your candidate, fighting hard for your own campaign. That's just part of the deal. Things are said, things are done, but make no mistake, each of us attending this convention at the end of the day are part of a family. And it is my honor to nominate Alicia Andrews to continue to lead this family. It's imperative that we reelect her as our state party chair. Over her time in office, she's managed the party out of debt, diversified our fundraising sources, added to our collective bargaining unit, professionalized party operations, and I can tell you from a personal experience, she's been right next to us at the Capitol fighting the awful legislation coming out of the Republican majority. I'm not sure that the state party chair has ever invested more time supporting those in elected office and recruiting candidates to join us up and down the ballot. So whether it's been standing up for voting rights or getting the party's financial house in order, Alicia Andrews has proven herself to be the voice that Democrats across the state need and the leader the state party organizationally must continue to have at the helm. The easiest way to determine if someone is going to be good at a job is if they've already proven to you that they're great at it. A couple of years ago, with her election, Alicia made history. Every day since, she's made progress. Alicia has proven to be the leader our party needs, and we must reelect her. I hope you will join me in doing just that today. Thank you guys so much.
Look, I was going to come back on and you ended early. I was going to give you the countdown and everything. But good job, Monroe Nichols. We were surprised that a politician would take less time speaking than allotted. Next up, we have Jody Harlan For the nomination of Christine Bird. Let me get you ready, Jody. Ask you to unmute.
Good evening, Democrats.
Hold on 1 second. We want to make sure you got the time started and you're good to go.
Good evening, Democrats. Thank you for hanging in there today. All of our candidates have something to offer, good things to offer to the Democratic Party. But I'm voting for Christine Bird because I want Democrats to win elections again in Oklahoma. Christine has the experience, work ethic, and knowledge to make that happen. She was hired by 6 Democratic Party chairs in a row. She ran for office herself, recruited candidates, raised money, registered voters, knocked thousands of doors. And we've heard today how important it is to reach out, not just in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, but across the state in rural areas. A vote in Piedmont is worth the same as a vote in downtown Oklahoma City. We need all of those votes. And in my county, we need persuadable Republican votes too, and of course, independents. Christine understands that because of her decades of experience in the Democratic Party. As a county chair, if I needed information, I could always call Christine Bird and she would get it for me. If I needed to borrow equipment and I came by on my lunch hour, she not only had it ready, she ran out and put it in the trunk of my car. And what's remarkable is she didn't just treat me like that. She treated everyone like that, without special friends or enemies or looking to see who is more important. Every one of us is important to Christine Bird. And if we're going to diversify and grow our party, we need to welcome everyone, rural, urban, Black, white, Hispanic, English speaking, Spanish speaking, people with disabilities, and so on. Every one of you on this call today. Christine treats everyone with respect. She's the only candidate running for office today who has come to Canadian County to help us. And let me show you this. Gosh, I'm not the only one on the screen anymore, but these are friends of ours from El Reno. You can see Christine Bird. Oh.
Sorry, yeah, that was time. I'm giving y'all all 15 extra seconds, but I come back on at 15, just so we're clear for everybody moving forward. I come back on at 15 seconds, then I'll do the countdown from 5 to 0 to let you know that the time is up.
Okay, well, that was a fast 2 minutes. Vote for Christine Bird.
Thank you so much. We are now moving into seconding speeches. Ilka High School, did I say that right? Ilka, don't be in trouble for messing it up.
Extra 15 seconds for them as well.
Are you there, Ilka?
I just unmuted. Yes. Hello, y'all. All right. You tell me when to go and I'll start.
All right. You got 1 minute and I'll tell you when, and it'll go when you start speaking.
All right. Ready?
You ready?
All right. Welcome all from the most southwestern part of Oklahoma, major rural spaces where we're, as Democrats, are literally being pointed at, or the House is being pointed at, that's who we are. So having been contacted by Sean Cummings back in the day in December was somewhat surprising, but over the time, he just kept at it and engaged in conversation. And those that may have met me, I am that German immigrant that is highly questionable. Who, what, when, where, why, and how come, and who are you to ask, or what is it that you can bring to my spaces of rural red Oklahoma? These are the things I wrote down. I'll talk real quick. It is simply that his real issues require his solution. He offered boots on the ground to come and do fundraisers. He actually has solution to represent any and all, and rural is 50%. We need him. Thank you. Vote.
Thank you so much, Ilka. Great job on the timing.
Woohoo!
Next up, we have Kaylin Free for a seconding speech for Alicia Andrews. Kaylin, are you there? Hey, there you are. Are you unmuted?
Am I unmuted?
There you go. All right, you got 1 minute. I'm going to jump back on 10 seconds and give you a countdown, and you have 5 left.
I am honored to second the nomination of Alicia Andrews for chair of our state party. We have never had a harder working, more dedicated and talented state party chair. All of our issues, be it Native, Asian, Hispanic, Black, LGBTQIA+, Caucasian, rural, and urban, are her issues, and she is a champion for all of us. Alicia is all about transparency and firing up our base. Every day, she goes live on Facebook to keep us informed and push back on the hateful rhetoric that is spewed by the GOP. She has led our party in the most difficult of times with vision and enthusiasm. For the first time in multiple decades, our party is out of debt, and that is because of Alicia's tenacity and relationship building. Alicia understands the science and art of today's campaigns and knows that in order to win, we must give our candidates and our team the resources to run data-driven, targeted campaigns. And that is why I'm proud to be on the A team.
I wasn't expecting that yell at the end, but we appreciate you anyway. Thank you so much for that speech. Next, we have Brendan Bratcher for the seconding of Christine Bird. Brendan sent me a message and said that Jody Harlan may have Mark Hammonds on the phone. Jody, is that true?
I was just talking with him. I didn't know I was supposed to keep him, and he didn't either. I can call him right back. And he was intended to be the nominating speaker, but
if you want to
we were unable to work out an audio problem.
If you want to call him real quick.
Okay, Mark, they want to hear from you. Hang on just a second. Okay. All right, talk loud. Thank you for this opportunity, Josh. I've got Mark.
Josh, thank you. And isn't technology wonderful? Listen, I am sorry I didn't get to do the nominating speech for Christine, because one of the great honors and pleasures.
Okay. We lost Mark. Actually, let me just call Mark. I think Jody lost them. Thank you all for being so patient. Hey, Mark, I got you, and I'm going to put you on a call. Is that cool? Yeah, we got you. This isn't a problem.
Okay, well, this has been a chore. But let me tell you, Christine Bird is worth any effort and any extra effort. One of the great pleasures I had as chairman of the party was to work with her. When we didn't have money to hire staff, Christine volunteered and worked full time and was willing to do any job, no matter how small it was. Lick envelopes, put stamps on, write cards. She went all across the state as our recruitment officer to build county parties throughout Oklahoma. And by the end of my term, we've reached a new high in county organizations. And let me tell you, that was due to Christine Bird and the work that she did. Christine is enthusiastic. She is one of the most motivational people that you can find. People love her when she comes to speak.
10 seconds.
Her passion spills over. I can't think of a person who would be a better representative, better speaker, and a better leader than Christine. And I know that from my experience working with her.
That's time. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, I'll let you go. Okie dokie. We have now finished the nominations and the seconding speeches. The next folks you will hear for are the folks that are intending to run this party. The first on the list we have Sean Cummings. Sean, you there with us?
Yes.
All
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You get 2 minutes, and I'll jump back on at the 15-second mark, give you the countdown. All right?
Great. Okay. Can I go ahead and get started?
Ready when you are.
Okay. I'm Sean Cummings, and I want to be the next state party chair. I mean, here's the thing. Are you tired of losing? Because we're losing. What I would like to do down the line is see stuff like these headlines: Democrats win big. This headline: Democrats take the House. Do you believe in that? Because if you can believe in that, I can believe in that. But if you can't believe in this and you don't think we can do it, this is what we need to do with it. Just light it up, light it on fire, because we're going to continue to do the same stuff we did the last 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, and get nowhere. Literally, we cannot do the same thing today that we did yesterday and expect a different result tomorrow. We have got to do something absolutely different. Look, I have sent out videos, mailers, emails, texts, Facebook Lives, phone calls. I've called everybody personally myself back in December and then again through this election cycle. I don't know what else I can do to get my voice out there. Hopefully you've looked at some of those, paid attention to some of those, and seen some of those. I don't see us going anywhere but that continued downhill slide of the Democratic Party with less seats and less seats and less seats unless we do something completely different. Okay, I would like to be the state party chair because I'm willing to do the work to try to get this stuff turned around, and it's going to take some time. I also will respect your time. Like we had today, I would have brought in a teachers union to teach us how to do that and move this thing through like they're used to doing all the time. If not, I'm not great at something, I'll go find somebody who is. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was done. I will go find people who are so they can teach me how to do it the right way and we can get done quickly. Thank you so much, Sean Cummings for chair.
I am so sorry. Yeah, I come back up in 15 seconds and then I get a 5-second countdown. So you got I'll give you extra 5 seconds. You want to throw something else in there?
No, I'm good. I got it.
All right. My apologies. Just so you know, the other candidates, just so you know, I come back on at 15 seconds. I'll give you a countdown from 5 seconds. I am not jumping on the screen because your time is up. I'm jumping on the screen so that can be your warning. And then the countdown is going to let you know when you run out of time. Next up, for chair, we have Alicia Andrews. You have 2 minutes to be started as soon as I know. You have 2 minutes to be started as soon as you start speaking.
All righty. Hello, Democrats. In 2019, I came before this body promising to do the work. I didn't make a lot of fantastical problems. I said that I'd focus on solvency, I'd professionalize the party, and I'd pay attention to the entire state. Well, folks, I did what I said I would do. I've been here in what could arguably be defined as the party's darkest hour. Under my dogged, determined direction, we've become debt-free, we've recruited and trained candidates, and we've improved our relationship with the press and our electeds. We've added tools to engage Democrats. We have an online voters registration tool that's in English and Spanish, a bill tracker to aid with advocacy, and a Democratic swag store. I know the work that needs to be done, and I know what is legal and what is not. I did not abandon the party. I've been here working. I've been a voice for Oklahoma at the national level, netting us more investment from the DNC. I've represented Oklahoma on the local, national, and international news. Democrats writ large are encouraged, and Republicans have noticed. You know me. I've been here. I've been focused, intentional, and accessible. You've seen me every day. You've heard my plan for a positive future. It was built on data and research, and it was approved by the Central Committee. This plan has all the components that we need to move forward. This plan, plus a dedicated team, will propel our party forward. I cherish the relationships that I've made all over this state and look forward to building more. I welcome the input of everyday, willing, and able folks. Re-elect me and let's unite and work together. I'm done.
Come on, y'all, with the speeches ready to go. We appreciate it. Give us a little, with all of these seconds we getting back, we appreciate. Our final speech for the chair position of the Democratic Party is going to be Christine Byrd. Christine, oh, there you are. All right, let me get you unmuted. You should see that prompt for you. Can you talk?
Yes.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, nope, that's my computer because I turned off the sound so that I didn't hear the echo. My bad. All right, you got 2 minutes. I'm going to jump back on in 15 seconds. You still have time after I jump back on. I'm going to give you a countdown from 5 for the last 5 seconds, and you're ready to go.
Thank you. My name is Christine Byrd, and I want to be your next Democratic Party chair. I am running to bring laser focus to the future of the Oklahoma Democratic Party and to the state of Oklahoma. I believe we can and we must do better as a party. For in order for everyone to have a voice and every voice to make sure that it's valued and that it is heard, I will fight for a new and progressive and inclusive vision for our state party, surrounded by 3 main issues: voter registration and vote by mail, directed toward expansion, education, and engaging. I will also focus on candidate recruitment. I have sent out letters talking about candidate recruitment, how we can equip, how we can educate, and how we can engage those who want to run for office. That we not look at just the top ballot, but we go up and down the ballot, that we start at school board elections and go all the way up. I want to talk about our messaging and our branding. One of the things about the Democrat is people ask if we talk a good talk, but they want to see action behind our talk. In the 2 years since I ran before, I did not go dormant and I did not go hide. I worked within my community every Friday, giving out about 2,200 food boxes, giving out furniture to families that were homeless, helping families that were lost and felt like no one was listening, because I believe in the understanding that Democrats care. And as we care, we have to put action into our talk. I believe that we must as a Democrat Party do better. We must challenge every seat that we can. We must not let anyone feel that they can go unchallenged. We must stand by our candidates and support all candidates, but we must stand by Democrats and allow Democrats to have a voice.
That's time. Thank you so much, candidates, for those speeches. We will now be moving into elections. You have 3 choices for the Oklahoma Democratic Party chair. The first choice,
3 or 4.
there's 3. Oh, abstention. Oh, ooh, come on now, don't mess with me like that, y'all. You have 4 choices on your ballot, but 3 candidates. Those 3 candidates are Sean Cummings, Alicia Andrews, and Christine Byrd. As you look at the link that we're going to drop in the chat, you'll put in your information the same way you've been doing it all day. When you get to that next screen, you'll pick the candidate or abstain, and then you'll submit it. We're going to give 10 minutes for 10 or 12 minutes for voting. We want to make sure that the people who are getting assistance, 15 minutes for voting, to make sure that the proxies are able to get all of the votes in. So you have 15 minutes for voting. We have not dropped the link yet. The link is about to be dropped. And when it is dropped, we're going to open that up and you'll have 15 minutes. All right. You want to just close the breakout rooms?
No. Other stuff. So like send a broadcast message.
We're going to send a quick message to the breakout rooms so we can make sure everybody who wants to vote can vote. Leave the breakout rooms. All right, we're going to take that And make sure that everybody who's in the breakout room currently can leave that breakout room and vote. We're going to be dropping that link in the chat. You are in the right room, Laura Lovell. I will let you know as soon as we're ready to drop it. We are ready to go. You should see that link popping up right about now. There you go. 15 minutes from now, we will close the ballots. If you need assistance with your ballot, please raise your hand so we can get you the assistance that you need. Sir Andrew, are you ready?
I am ready to close the ballot.
We are now closing the ballots. Once the ballots are closed, it'll take just a moment for the Googles to tabulate all of those numbers to make sure they're accurately confirmed from the form you filled out to the form that he'll be reviewing. I'm gonna go ahead and let people in now that that form is closed. So we make sure that none of the folks could have came into the room when we were voting. All right, so he's tabulating the votes. He'll jump on in just a moment to share that with you. We are going to try to do something the way we would if we were in person. We're going to have our county chairs announce their votes. Those votes will be on the screen, and you'll get to come up and you'll get to say, on behalf of my county, and you'll say something really cool about your county, and you'll say, my county cast this many votes for this person, this many votes for this person, and this many votes for this person. Same way we would do it if we were in person. Get it? Got it? Great. Love it. Andrew, I'm going to jump on screen for the people.
All righty. In the immortal words of Samuel L. Jackson in Jurassic Park, hold on to your butts.
How do we know the chair of Adair County? Am I supposed to know these people? Chair of Adair County, you raise your hand so you can read your results. Everybody who else is a county chair, you know when your county is coming up, but Chair of Adair County, raise your hand so you can be recognized and read off your results. Let's try to do this quickly. Y'all make sure you're paying attention.
Can someone like something here?
Yes. Laura. Laura, can you unmute?
Raymond Salazar also wished to vote. I sent him my link. So instead of 2 votes for Alicia, it should be 3 votes for Alicia. So every available delegate that Adair County has, all 3 of us voted for Alicia Andrews for 100% of the vote for Alicia Andrews for chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Next up, we have Alfalfa County. The chair of Alfalfa County, please raise your hand. We are also getting a list of the county chairs, so I can start calling y'all out by name. Also, just so we're clear, because I see y'all messaging me, I don't control what we do. The body controls what we do. And this is what's on the agenda. So if you don't want to do it, then you got to take that up with somebody who gets paid more than I do. I'm a volunteer. I mean, yes. Or you could make a motion to say that you don't want to do this fun activity if you guys just hate the brags.
No, Alfalfa?
Wes Robinson.
Wes is Wagner.
Wes is Wagner. Yes, Wes. On what point do you rise?
Yes, I'd like to just get on and read the votes. This is going to take forever. If we go on through this and do this all night long, it's going to take forever. We voted to shorten this up. We voted twice to do this differently. Let's just read the.
All right. I muted you, but it was only because you was talking a lot and not making the motion. You want to make the motion, just make the motion. I'm gonna unmute you so you can make the motion. We can't hear you. We're gonna move to Jamie.
No.
Oh, there you go. Wes, go ahead. You want to make a motion?
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I make a motion. We just go ahead and read the votes so we can get on with this.
There's been a motion that we just read the votes and not go through the county brags. Is there a second for that motion? Jamie.
I second that. Jamie Shelton, Cleveland County. I second that motion.
All right, it has been properly moved and seconded by Wes Robinson and Jamie Shelton. We'll accept that by unanimous consent if there is not objection. So shall be the order. All right. Andrew, would you go ahead and pull up that list? Andrew? You want to take over? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Andrew. This is your thing, not mine.
So it's 368 total ballots cast, 241 to Alicia Andrews, 80 to Sean Cumming, 46 to Christine Bird with 1 abstention, meaning that Alicia Andrews wins outright with over 50% +1, and there is no runoff. Alicia has been reelected ODP chair.
Congratulations to Party Chair Alicia Andrews. Normally, we would let people speak after they get elected, but we're going to skip that today. Nothing personal, Madam Chair. It's just 8:30 at night. Am I doing the rest of the elections, or are we going to give it back to you? All right. We now are in line for election of the vice chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. If you want to nominate somebody to be vice chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party, please raise your hand to make that nomination. Not yet. We are accepting nominations for vice chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. If you would like to nominate somebody, please raise your hand. Sean Coro. Sean? Sean? Can you hear me? No. Sean, can you hear me now?
Yep, sorry, I was double muted.
There you go. Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Joshua Harris Till.
I appreciate that. And it's about time I started getting the respect I deserve around here, but I would humbly decline that, as I am already the national president of Young Dems and the vice chair of the 2nd District. If I had another title, it would be too much. I would be too powerful, really. But I thank you for that, Sean. We're friends. I owe you a drink. Next up, I see V. Halstead at moraja.k12.ca.us. I see. Your hand is third.
Can you hear me?
I can.
I'm James Reynolds, Beckham County. I would like to nominate Sean Cummings for vice chair. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sean Cummings is not on the stream anymore. I see Kathy Cummings is on the stream. Kathy Cummings?
You may not.
Yes, sir.
Would you, I'm assuming you're with Sean, right?
No, I am. Oh, wait, are you there? I'm actually at the restaurant. I'm going to send him a quick message
All right.
to get back on, okay? He probably had to use the restroom knowing Sean.
We'll circle back to you in just a minute. Is that all right?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Keep it in that order. Yeah, keep it in that order, and then when it gets back, we'll do it.
I want to be vice chair.
Madam Chair, I see your hand raised. Who would you like to nominate?
I nominate Eric Proctor.
Chair nominates Eric Proctor. Eric Proctor, do you accept that nomination?
I do.
All right, is there a second for the nomination of Eric Proctor? There he is. John Waldron, I hear that you would like to second that nomination.
I would.
I hereby second the nomination.
All right. Eric Proctor nominated by Alicia Andrews and seconded by John Waldron. All righty, we'll go to the next hand on the list. Mike Cookie. Mike Cookie. Who would you like to nominate?
Joshua, I'd like to raise a point of order. Shouldn't you return the chairmanship of the convention over to the newly elected chair or newly re-elected chair at this point?
I asked the chair if she wanted me to continue or if she wanted to come back over. She has said she is a much needed break and she will be back in just a moment. So she allowed me to take this election as well.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Point withdrawn.
All right, Mike. I thought we was cool. I was just checking. You was like, you can't be chair no more. It hurt my feelings a little bit.
Not potentially.
No problem. Brandon and Sarah, who would you like to nominate?
I was just going to second for Sean Cummings, but we will wait till he gets on the line.
Gotcha. I'll write you down as a second, but we will wait for Sean to return. I am watching the lobby to make sure that we get him as soon as he gets back. Thank you so much for that nomination. Jim Potts, I see your hand raised. Who would you like to nominate?
I would like to speak on behalf of Sean Cummings. I called him immediately afterwards and asked if he would accept a nomination as vice chair, and he respectfully declined. But I also see that Ms. Kathy Cummings has her hand raised, and she might be closer to the horse's mouth. So,
you know, one would imagine, though I don't know if I would refer to him as a horse. He's a really nice guy. Come on, Jim. But I do see Kathy's hand raised, and I assume John's hand is still raised from when I called on him earlier, so I'll go to Kathy Cummings.
Okay. Hey guys, Sean got kicked off the Zoom call when Jim Potts called him, but he does actually respectfully decline to be vice chair. But thank you so much for nominating him.
We appreciate you for providing us that update.
Absolutely.
And Jim, don't be kicking people off the Zoom, man. Come on now. All right. Are there any other nominations for vice chair at this time? Sean, I see your hand raised.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Miss Christine Bird for vice chair, please.
I don't believe that we can have Christine Bird as we have gender parity rules, which may be a little bit archaic in my opinion, but it does state that the chair and the vice chair must be of different gender identifications. You're just not getting to make the nominations that you want to. I'll accept mine, but then I think Eric would attack me later probably. Thank you for your nomination though. Liz, I see that you have your hand raised. Who would you like to nominate?
Yes, I would like to second Liz. This is Liz Austin, CD4. I'd like to nominate Christine Bird. Second the nomination for Christine Bird.
You still can't nominate Christine. But as far as I have been made aware, she identifies as a woman. And as far as I have been made aware, the chair also identifies as a woman. And up until the point that they do not identify as such, they cannot be chair and vice chair together, which means that if the first person is female identifying or non-binary, then the second person has to be male identifying or non-binary so that they are different gender identifications. But with that being said, if there are other nominations, please identify by raising your hands. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. I know, but I wanted to run against Eric. I'm sad now. Just kidding. I think Eric might win and then I'll be sad. I would like to congratulate Eric Proctor as he was the only person nominated. You are now the vice chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. And since There were no speeches given. I'll go ahead and let you take a brief minute, 2 minutes. You don't get more time just because all of the other people didn't get to speak. 2 minutes to speak and say whatever you want to do.
Well, thank you, Josh, and thank you, delegates, for sticking with us the last 12 hours or so we've been here. And Josh, I would have voted for you for the record, but it's too late, so it is what it is. But I'm excited, looking forward to working with each of you to elect Democrats and to move forward our values that are near and dear to all of our hearts, specifically working for living wages, equal pay, access to healthcare, affordable education, affordable childcare. All the things that give people access to the American dream are possible. However, they're only possible if we work together in a unified manner to recruit candidates, to make sure that we have the funds that they need to be successful, and that we challenge the GOP every chance and every race we get. I'm excited and looking forward to working with each of you.
Come on, keep it brief. We appreciate it. Give the people the time back. All righty. With that being said, it's been lovely hanging out with you folks, but obviously there can only be one chair of the Oklahoma Democratic Party. And though I think I was close to getting it, it's time to return it back to Madam Chair so the body will stand at ease.
All righty. I think, okay, I was muted too. Okay, so we have left, we're going to elect the treasurer, the secretary, and 4 affirmative action positions. So I will, the floor is open for nominations for treasurer. Okay, so I saw Wes, Jim Potts, Robbie. That's the order that I'm going to call. Wes Robinson. Let me. He's muted. Nana.
Who's nominating Rachel?
Wes, I bet you said some profound stuff, but you were muted the entire time.
I may have put my hand up too soon. I was going to second the nomination for Rachel Hunsucker.
So then you don't want to first, so you want us to call on someone else?
Someone else is scheduled to be first. Yes, so I will give them that honor. Yes.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Wes. I saw Jim Potts before I saw Robbie. Jim Potts. Did I say Robbie and then Jim? Oh, Robbie. I'm sorry. Robbie White. Is she unmuted? Okay. Robbie White.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Appreciate it. I rise today to place the nomination for Treasurer of the Oklahoma Democratic Party, Rachel Hunsucker.
Okay, so that was Robbie White from Oklahoma County nominating Rachel Hunsucker for the position of treasurer. Yeah, I might as well just go ahead and take Wes's second so I don't have to call him again. Jim, for recognitions, Jim Potts.
As much as I hate to be that guy, and as much as I love Rachel, I must point out that this nomination process for treasurer is out of order in line with the rules of the meeting, number 17, F, and bylaws 09. I know that the C and Bs had proposed changing the order, but that didn't ever come to the floor. So the order is as defined in the 2019 bylaws and the 2021 rules of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Jim. We voted to accept the bylaws en masse with the exception of the set-asides. That wasn't one that is set aside. So we're following that order. Is Jana Harkins on the line?
Well, I respectfully disagree. If we follow the order, Rule 17 was not removed from the rules, and therefore we are constrained not only by meeting Rule 17, but likewise by the bylaws. Now, we've had a lot of people talking about following the rules.
And that's exactly right. And what was decided earlier was the rules are the rules. Robert's rules are our rules, but we follow our constitution and bylaws. That was stated in like the first hour of actual business.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay, great. So he got you unmuted. Yes, Chairwoman of the Rules Committee, please speak.
Yes, this is Jana Harkins, Chair of the Rules Committee. And the order of authority is the Constitution and bylaws, the rules, and then Robert's Rules of Order. And as you stated, the Constitution and bylaws were changed by the delegates to this convention on this day. And so therefore, we will follow the rules of the Constitution and bylaws, not the rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Wilma Hayes.
I would like to second the nomination of Rachel Hunsucker, the indomitable, exquisite professional.
I just let you say that because we all like Rachel, but we already have a first and second. Thank you so very much. Okay. So we have a nomination and a second for Rachel Hunsucker. Are there any more nominations? There's a hand up. No, that's Wilma. Are there any more nominations? Are there any more nominations? Seeing none, Rachel Hunsucker has earned another term as treasurer by acclamation. Because Josh started a tradition of letting our vice chair make a brief speech. Notice brief should have been capitalized. I want to give an opportunity for Rachel to make a less than 2-minute speech if she so chooses. Look, is she still here?
Can everyone hear me better this time?
Oh, much better, much better.
Okay, I somehow fixed my microphone issue. I will keep it brief. I know not a lot of people know me outside of the Central Committee, and so just a little bit of background. I've served 2 terms as treasurer, first elected back in 2017, due to my partners in crime from Wagner County and Tulsa County. For 11 years, I've worked as an accountant for a publicly traded manufacturing company. I've actively worked as an accountant since '94. My first job was as the cost controller at the old Adams Mark Hotel in downtown Tulsa. I have decades of experience with internal and external auditing, internal control processes and policies. And I'm originally from Tulsa. I still work in Tulsa. I live just south of Coweta on a small cattle ranch. And I do try to make a priority for my ODP responsibilities and meetings. And I really hope I've represented Wagner County well so far. So thank you all for re-electing me to another term.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. In interest of continuing to move on, we are now at the point of the agenda to elect our secretary. I will entertain a motion for secretary, nomination for secretary. I see Naomi Andrews and then Brian O'Brien.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. Excuse me, congratulations on your win. Congratulations to Eric Proctor and to Rachel Hunsucker. I would like to nominate Nana Donkwa to round out the executive committee team.
Nana, do you accept the nomination? You unmuted him. Okay, we will come back to Nana.
He said his computer is frozen right now.
His computer is frozen. Can you put his microphone to your computer?
I don't.
I mean, like your phone next to your computer so we can hear him say it?
Give me a second. Yeah.
Oh.
Here he is. I think, wait, let me put on speaker. There you go. Can you go ahead, Nana?
Can you hear me?
Yes, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have a first for Nana, okay, Nana Dankwa. I recognize Amber Jensen.
I would feel honored to second the motion for Nana Dankwa.
All righty, so Amber is seconding the nomination. Are there any further nominations? Any further nominations? Any further nominations? Seeing none, Nana Dankwa has just been elected Secretary of the Oklahoma Democratic Party by acclamation. Congratulations, Nana. We're gonna stick with the tradition. You may have to call Naomi. I want to give you an opportunity to speak if you so choose. Do not feel like you have to. So, doesn't look like, looks like he's still frozen.
Hello?
He's here.
There we go. Yay. Okay, there we go.
Hi, yeah, well, I want to say thank you. It's so weird, like 5 minutes before secretary position was up, my computer froze. Anyway, quickly, I just want to say thank you to the delegates, members, and guests. I want to thank Amber and Naomi for nominating me. And then I'll just keep this short. I really want to thank Alicia for giving me this public. It's just, I love the Democratic Party. I just think we're going to be able to do great things. I just look forward to working with all of you. It's been over about a year since I decided to run for city council, and it's been a heck of a year since then. Now I'm running for this opportunity. I'm just very lucky to be here in front of all of you, and I'm very humbled at the opportunity, and I'm so happy to be on the A team, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nana. Okay, so we now have our officers rounded out, and the next thing to elect are our affirmative action positions. Now, this year, I see hands. All righty, Jana, and then Shalandra, and then Amber. Yeah, I was going to talk about the nomination. So wait until I ask for nominations if that's what you're going to do. But I want to go ahead and see who address the people who raised their hands. Jana. Try now. There we go.
I'm here for seconding speech, as Shalandra is here to make a first, and I am here to second.
Okay, so then I will go to Shalandra. Shalandra, did you unmute her? Okay, yes, before we do nominating seconds, I do want to explain the process so that everybody fully understands what we are doing. It is slightly different than we've done at state conventions past, and so I want to make sure that everyone understands what is going to happen. The Oklahoma Democratic Party Constitution and bylaws does not allow for us to combine elections. So we're electing 4 positions, but there will be 4 separate nominating periods. So that's the first thing. In years past, we also elected our affirmative action male positions and our affirmative action female positions in that order. You guys have heard me say it. I stole it from Maya Angelou, but I am going to repeat it. When you know better, you do better. Our party strives for full inclusion. We now know that electing folks in that manner disenfranchise a good portion of our community, and we don't want to do that. So I'm going to open the floor for nominations. And when you make your nominations, you're going to make your nominations regardless of gender. Regardless of gender. And after each election, after the second and subsequent elections, we will check and make sure, give you guys an update on gender parity so that by the time we get to the 4th, we are in compliance with the bylaws and we do have gender parity. So I just want to make sure that that is clear because it is different than what we've done before, and a lot of folks know how we've done it before. All righty, so now I am opening the floor for nominations for the first position of affirmative action, and I will be calling on Shalandra Harrison first.
Hi, this is Shalandra Harrison from Oklahoma County, and I would like to nominate Jakia Harrison for affirmative action member number 1.
Thank you. We have a nomination for Shalandra Harris Jakia Harrison from Shalandra Harrison. Jakia, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to kind of go a little bit out of order because we already know. Jana is the seconding. She already said it. We're just going to do that. So next, I'm going to go to Amber, Kaylin, Kathy, and Laura so that you know kind of the order that we're going. Amber?
I would like to nominate Victor Gorin.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Victor Gorin by Amber Jensen from Woodward County. Victor, do you accept?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Kaylin Free.
Kaylin Free from Latimer County. Kaylin Free from Latimer County. I nominate Ann Kennedy from Claremore, who is a transgender woman who identifies as a woman.
Okay, so, okay. I don't think we're supposed to out people. So I want to be clear. Laura Lovell. We're not doing that. Laura, you are muted.
Unmute. Hi, my name is Laura Lovell. I'd like to second the nomination for the first affirmative action position of Anne Marie Kennedy.
Okay, so Laura Lovell from what county?
Oh, I'm sorry, Adair County.
Thank you. Laura Lovell
and I'm the chair.
From Adair County, seconds the nomination for Ann Kennedy. We haven't gotten a second for Victor yet. Okay, so Kathy Cummings.
You didn't mind being out, did you? Okay.
Okay, I would like to nominate Brenda Golden for female affirmative action.
So we have a nomination for Kathy Cummings from Oklahoma County for Brenda Golden. I'm sorry, we're over here. We're doing long division over here. Right, because she's a co. Barbara Cox. Oh, never mind.
Chair,
Barbara Cox
I
was
raised my
withdrawn.
hand in error. I'm going to reserve my nomination for the second position, please.
Thank you. Okay, so then I'm going to go to Carol Chappell, Jody Harlan, Twan Jones. What's happening? Right. So, no, we can't do all 8. We have to do them one at a time. No, we're not doing that.
Are we nominating everybody and then voting like?
Okay, so the folks who are here with me are asking me to remind you guys that there are 4 positions. I am not closing nominations until they are are no longer any nominations, but do remember that there are 4 positions. Okay, so Carol Chappell, Amber Jensen, no. Carol Chappell, Twan Jones, somehow things are jumping around again. Yeah, they're messing with me. Carol Chappell.
Hi, Madam Chair. This is Carol Chappell from Oklahoma County, and congratulations on your reelection. I'm proud of you. Just so I understand, I would like to nominate somebody, but just so I understand, we're throwing all the names in the hat right now. Is that correct?
Yes, because it's open nominations.
Okay.
And so you may have to nominate them all 4 positions if they don't get chosen.
Okay. So my name is Carol Chappell from Oklahoma County, and I would like to nominate T. Cherie Dickerson for affirmative action representative.
Okay. So Carol Chappell from Oklahoma County nominated T. Cherie Dickerson. T. Cherie, do you accept?
I do.
Okay. So Twan Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate Ali Canada for the first position of affirmative action.
Okay, Twan Jones from Tulsa County nominates Ali Canada.
I accept.
Wait till you're acknowledged. Ali accepts. Thank you very much. Kathy, Jody, Jana, Wes. Kathy? I'm sorry, Kathy Cummings?
Yes, ma'am. Could you repeat that?
Were you nominating someone else?
No, I was only nominating Brenda Golden.
Okay, I'm gonna lower your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Jody, Jana, Wes, and then Debbie Hogue Downing. Jody?
I would like to nominate Brandy Becerra from Canadian County.
Okay. Jody Harlan from Canadian County. You good? Yes. Nominates Brandy Becerra, Becerra.
My little setup.
You look great.
Was it good? Did you like my speech for you?
Yeah.
Kathy, we can hear you.
It was like, you did so well. You got 8.
Mute Kathy.
I'm so fucking happy to be out of here. I don't want
I know you
Just
did.
having a personal conversation. There we go. Thank you, Jody. Wes Robinson.
Did you get Jenna?
No, Jana. Jana disappeared from my screen. I'm sorry.
She put her hand down. She's unmuted.
I lowered my hand because, well, I'll just leave it at that. I lowered my hand.
Okay. Wes Robinson and then Debbie Hogue Downing.
I was like, excuse me? There's a whole prompt that comes up on the screen. Wes.
Wes, you are muted. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Yes, Madam Chair, Wes Robinson, Wagner County Chair. I would like to second the nomination for Ali Canada.
Wes Robinson from Wagner County is seconding Ali Canada. Debbie Hogue Downing.
Debbie Hogue Downing, Oklahoma County, seconding the motion for Brenda Golden.
Thank you, Debbie. Debbie Hogue Downing.
Oscar Hernandez, Troy Green.
Okay. Kathy Cott.
This is Kathy Cott from Cherokee County, and I'd like to second the nomination of Brandy Becerra.
Okay. Thank you. Did you get both?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. All righty. So then I see Oscar Hernandez, Troy Green, and Sarah Carnes. Oscar Hernandez.
Hi,
Hi, Alicia. I actually, Brandy Becerra was just nominated, and so like I was going to second the nomination. So that's it.
Righty,
Sorry.
thank you.
I didn't lower my hand fast enough. My bad.
Troy Green,
Yes, I haven't seen any seconds for Victor Gorin. So this is Troy Green from Cleveland County. I'd like to second Victor Gorin.
thank you, Troy, for closing that loop. Sarah Carnes. Did you lower your hand? Okay. All righty.
Yeah, I was just going to nominate second Brandy Becerra, but that's already happened. So
Thank you, Sarah. Debbie Hoke Downing. Debbie Hoke Downing.
I accidentally raised it. I was trying to lower my hand. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Okay. Any further nominations? Any further nominations?
here for 12 hours.
Any further nominations?
We got 8:30.
Okay, great. So I want to read who we have.
A little after 9.
I need you to mute some folks.
Good internet.
Okay. Whew. Are these in order?
Yes.
Okay. So here are the candidates. Where's Andrew? Okay. Here are the candidates that you will be voting for. Jakia Harrison, Victor Gorin, Ann Kennedy, Brenda Golden, T. Cherie Dickerson, Ali Canada, and Brandy Becerra. Andrew is going to create a ballot pretty quickly. Give us a second. We're going to create that ballot. Give me a minute.
I don't think T. Sherry.
Everyone's on the same ballot. What?
Didn't have a second? We're not having everybody make speeches, right? This is bullshit.
We can't have everybody make speeches, can we?
Make a motion, just so I can speak.
Okay. So I see hands up before we create the ballot. So I'm going to go ahead and address the hands up so that we're doing something while we're creating the ballot. First, I see Laura, and then I see Dale Barnes. Laura Lovell from Adair County.
Yeah. Hi. I did not hear mention of Anne Marie Kennedy. And she's had one and vote and I her to say on the camera that she accepts the nomination.
Affirmative action. Yeah, we have to do
So
that,
Laura Ann Kennedy did get a first and a second, and I did read her name. So Ann absolutely will be considered.
Oh,
Okay, so Laura, Ann Kennedy was not left off. She is absolutely going to be on the ballot. She had a first and a second. And I'm probably ran too fast. I didn't say her middle name. Maybe that's the thing, but I did say Ann Kennedy. Wait a minute. Josh, why is your hand up? Okay, Dale Barnes. You've disappeared from my screen, but I had you down as the next to speak, and you flagged me down.
Yeah, we're good here. I didn't know that Laura was going to bring up the same concern, but we're good.
Okay, great. I must talk really fast the later it gets at night, and I apologize for that. Joshua Harris Till.
On a motion.
You want to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm listening.
I move that we only allow the candidates to speak in regards to time.
So your motion is on the affirmative action that we forego the rule and we only allow look at all those hands. And we only allow candidates to speak. I'm gonna call on you as I see you on my screen because you guys all popped up at the same time. Reverend Dr. Rod, it's all I can see on my screen. Roger Cutler.
Roger Cutler, Muskogee County. I second that motion.
Okay, but I see the chairperson of the Rules Committee on the screen. And so I want to give her an opportunity to rule in before we proceed. Shanna. And you're not muted.
Jana Harkins, Rules Committee Chair. I would say that this is a suspension of the rules and would require a 2/3 vote of the body to do so. But I would like to caution you that the affirmative action officers are elected by this convention and should be given the same rights and privileges we afford to any other candidate. And if we make changes to the process because they are affirmative action officers, then we run the risk of somebody questioning our big tent philosophy.
Thank you, Jana. So, because this is a procedural change, it requires 2/3 of the body to pass, which means, now I am going by Robert's rules now. I'm not going by our rules, and so you guys might stop me. But Robert's rule says that I have to explain to you. This requires 2/3 of the body, which is going to be a ballot. I want to caution us in saving time. We may spend more time in voting to save the time. But I am leading this meeting, but I will follow where the body goes with regards to the vote. So there is a motion that has, is it in the chat?
Also, I only intend for this to be acclamation. If it's not,
withdraw this motion.
I withdraw it.
Okay, there was a whole bunch of hands that popped up, so it's not going to go by acclamation.
I think they were all second.
We're putting that motion in the chat to stay in accordance with the rules. So we have a motion that is on the floor and that has been seconded. And the motion is that we only allow candidate speeches. So it's moved to suspend the rules and allow only candidate speeches for, I don't even want to say this out loud, for the affirmative action offices.
I would have did the same thing with y'all if I would have known I could have.
So Andrew needs to create that ballot because it requires 2/3.
What about an acclamation? If we don't get it by acclamation, then I would withdraw my motion.
Okay. Lower all hands. Okay, I'm lowering all hands. The motion that's on the floor is that we suspend the rules and allow only candidates' speeches for the affirmative action offices. That's the motion that's been moved and seconded. Do I see any opposition? Okay, so I see hands up. That means we move to a vote. Okay, Joshua has withdrawn his motion. Who was your seconder? Reverend Cutler, Reverend Dr. Cutler. Josh has withdrawn the motion.
I withdraw my second.
Awesome, great. So at the same time, Andrew has been typing his little fingers off so that we can try and get this ballot ready. And we have to go through speeches now, right? No, we have to go through speeches. Okay, but I need my list back. I know. I'm letting the people know why I'm stalling. Thank you, sir. Okay, so here's how this goes. It's just like with the officers. All of the nominating speeches, you get 2 minutes. All of the nominating speeches, you get 2 minutes. Then we do all of the seconding speeches, you get 1 minute. And then we do all of the candidate speeches and you get 2 minutes. And that is the order that we're doing this. Okay, so.
Do they get a warning for when their time's about to wrap up?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna depend on you.
Okay.
Okay, so first up is Shalandra Harrison in her nominating speech for Jakia Harrison. Take me off the screen.
Hi, yes, this is Shalandra. So when I think about who should be in this position, I think about the folks who are doing the work with or without a title, and that is Jakia. I have seen her strive for equality and equity up close when we organized together for House Districts 94, 97, and 99. She not only speaks up, but she shows up. There's no doubt in my mind that she will fulfill this role and do the work necessary just as she has done already. Please join me in voting for a person who we can be proud to say represents us as an affirmative action member. Please vote for Jakia. Thank you.
Oh, look at that short speech. Thank you so very much. Next up, we have Amber Jensen with a nominating speech for Victor Gorin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amber Jensen, Woodward County CD3 Chair and Stonewall State Secretary. I am here to nominate Victor Gorin for affirmative action because I believe that he will best represent the values that the affirmative action strives for. The Affirmative Action Committee is for serving the underserved, and that's what Victor does every day. Victor shows up, and that's one of the most important things is showing up. And I've seen him work for like the entire Pride celebration for 3 days in the hot sun. I've seen him, you know, in a Pride parade, just being as fun as can be. He's not always serious, but he always gets the job done. I've seen him working for voter registration for immigrants. I mean, he doesn't stay in his own personal wheelhouse. He looks out for everyone. And so I am asking the body, please vote for Victor Gorin for Affirmative Action Committee person.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up is Kaylin Free with a nomination for Anne Marie Kennedy.
I had my mouth full, I'm sorry. Thank you. Because the hour is long and the night is late, or however that saying goes, I'm going to keep my nomination very short. Anne Marie Kennedy is from Cleveland, from Claremore and Rogers County. And she, like I said earlier, and Alicia, Chairwoman, you said we're not supposed to out people. She gave me permission to do that. And she talked to me about her transgender status and some of the issues that she has faced being a transgender woman in the state of Oklahoma. And we talked about, you know, police issues and those kinds of things. So she's from CD2. I'm proud to nominate her, and she will be using another device to speak from. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylin, our DNC committee woman. Next up is Kathy Cummings with a nomination for Brenda Golden.
Thank you. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Hold on. Let me shut my door here. I'm sorry. I'm still at work. Okay. Hi, friends. It's me again, City Councilwoman of the Village, Kathy Cummings, and I have the honor to nominate my friend and also qualified candidate for female affirmative action, Brenda Golden. Brenda is an enrolled citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation and has proudly served for 8 years in the U.S. Air Force. Brenda graduated from OCU School of Law. She was an investigator at the Oklahoma Human Rights Commission and was recognized as the top investigator in the Oklahoma City Division, both by the EEOC and the U.S. Housing and Urban Development. She served on the Oklahoma City's Mayor's Indian Affairs Committee and the ACLU Board, and recently served as Vice President of the Democratic Veterans Committee. She has participated in campaigns to elect Democrats since the early 1980s, canvassing hundreds of neighborhoods, and even most of those were organized by our dear friend, the late Wanda Jo Stapleton. Brenda is an outspoken activist, an advocate, seeker of justice for all people. She has presented oral testimony before Congress and the U.S. State Department, and met with attorney generals. I know I'm running out of time, but I know there is so much more I can say with Brenda, but she will lobby and fight for all of us, for civil rights for everyone. There is so much more I can say, like I said, but not only will Brenda defend us and take care of us on the state level, but on the national level as well. So join me in electing Brenda Golden. Her passion, her drive, and her experience is really what our party needs right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. I guess I'm giving everybody titles. Thank you, Councilwoman Cummings. Next up is Carol Chappell with a nomination for T. Cherie Dickerson.
Ready? Can you hear me?
Yes, Carol, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So my name is Carol Chappell. I'm from Oklahoma County, and I have the privilege of nominating Cherie Dickerson for Affirmative Action 3. I've known Cherie Dickerson for over 4 years now when she led the Oklahoma City Indivisible chapter. And during that time, I've never known Cherie to be less than courageous, genuine, smart, savvy, hardworking, and dedicated to the betterment of others always. You can find Cherie everywhere fighting for justice, whether it's at a Black Lives Matter event to speak out against police brutality, at Democratic Party headquarters, strategizing ways to strengthen the party, previously at Indivisible strategy meetings to fight the prior administration's terrible policies, and even individually fighting like heck for folks struggling with illness and personal tragedy. Cherie is a warrior who never backs down, sometimes at her own peril. Whenever anyone needs assistance in whatever form, Cherie is always there to activate a response. What I told Cherie when they asked me to give their nominating speech is, quote, "You never cease to inspire me with your eloquence, your kindness, and your humility. I sincerely adore and love you." I meant every single word. Cherie is a true champion for justice and democracy, and we would all be incredibly blessed to have Cherie as our state affirmative action number 3 representative. Thank you so much. Vote Cherie.
Thank you, Carol. And I thank all of the nominators for not taking the whole time. Oh, thank you so much. Next up. Oh, I see Jana. My apologies, Jana.
Yes, Carol has mentioned twice in her nomination speech that she is nominating Cherie for affirmative action number 3. We are voting on affirmative action 1. So I want to make sure that she understands that we are voting on affirmative action 1, not affirmative action 3.
Thank you, Jana. Carol, are you aware that we're voting for the first position?
I'm so sorry. I guess I was a little confused. I thought we were throwing all the names in the hat at once. So I was confused.
Okay, so
I would like, I'm sorry.
You would like to leave her in this slot?
I would like to slot her into the number 3 election cycle.
Okay, so you're withdrawing her nomination at this time?
Yes.
Okay, and the second? Are you comfortable with that? Okay, so at this time, Andrew, Reverend Dickerson is pulled off, is being withdrawn. She will not be on the ballot. Next up, we have Twan Jones with a nomination for Ali Canada. Oh, hold on a second. Before you speak, I don't want to interrupt your speech because I know it's going to be rousing. I do want to acknowledge Carly Griffith Hotbed. Her hand's been up for a really long time. The chair recognizes Carly. And she lowered her hand. And then now I see Amber's hand. Nope, Carly's hand is back up. Carly?
Yes, I wanted to renew the motion to limit nomination speeches since there were going to be 24, considering how many people had been nominated. We're already halfway through this and it would be unfair to disallow at this point, but for the second round of subsequent votes for the number 2, 3, and 4 slots, I think we should suspend that. We're getting close to 10 o'clock. It's too long, it's too late. We need to cut it off somewhere.
Okay, so when we are done with this election, I will call on you again.
Thank you.
Okay, Amber. No, she lowered her hand. Okay, now, Twan, without any further interruption, Twan Jones with a nomination for Ali Canada.
Ali Canada is known across 2 states, the great state of Michigan and the great state of Oklahoma, as being an advocate for marginalized communities. Ali Canada volunteers his time in festival events across CD1 and in events such as the Pride Parade and Juneteenth and several others. Ali Canada leads voter registration drives across CD1. Ali Canada showed up in November 2020 at the Tulsa County Election Board to ensure votes and ballots were counted and not rejected by the Republican Party. Ali Canada was instrumental voice in the federations such as the African American Federation, the Latinx Federation, Native American and Disability Federations, having a voice on the State Central Committee. Ali Canada had a strong voice in making sure that the affirmative action members were represented at the district level and county level on the Central Committee. He has recruited people to the party, and once they're in the party, he stays on top of them to make sure that they're active and doing what's necessary to get out and knock doors and drop literature. He speaks truth to power, and he would be an excellent representative to stay on the Affirmative Action Committee, representing all communities across the great state of Oklahoma. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Okay, so next up, we have Jana.
Yes, I was just going to remind everyone that normally what we do is that if you've been nominated and seconded already and had an acceptance speech, you do not do that in the next rounds. But if there's any new people that are nominated in those rounds, then we owe them the respect of having their nominations made, seconded, and responded to.
You don't know how many people want to hug you right now. A lot of people are happy with what you just said. Okay, next up, we have Jody Harlan with a nomination for Brandy Becerra.
Thank you. One of the most important characteristics of an affirmative action officer is courage. Brandy Becerra, Becerra, faced down the Drive for 45ers Trump trains that came through Canadian County 60 at one time. They cussed her, they drove her over her curb, and they made her angry. So she bought a 15-foot tall Trump blow up. She organized volunteers who politely met them every Thursday when they come rolling through Canadian County. She is an Indigenous woman, an enrolled member of the Cherokee tribe and Blackfeet. She's a voice for the Native American Indigenous community to counter our governor, who is not. She's an architectural representative for Benjamin Moore, a single mom, an animal rescuer, and a political activist with the courage, the demonstrated courage to face high numbers of Republicans in Canadian County. I hope you will join us in supporting someone we know well and get to know Brandy Becerra better as your affirmative action female representative.
Thank you, Jody. That was the end of our nominating speeches. Now we're going to start with our seconding speeches. And so next up is Jana Harkins with a seconding speech for Jakia Harrison. You're not muted. I've stopped touching stuff.
Jana Harkins, Oklahoma County. I am honored to second the nomination of Jakia Harrison for Affirmative Action Officer and request your support of her candidacy. Jakia is an excellent choice for ODP leadership. If you have not reviewed her thoughts and ideas for the work and commitment that is required from our Affirmative Action Committee, I urge you to do so very, very soon. Then you will understand that Jakia has the hustle, the heart, and the skill required to address the diversity, inclusion, and equity of our Big Ten. She will be a fierce advocate for the ODP and affirmative action. Her previous service electing Democrats and supporting Democratic causes and her community demonstrates that Jakia gets it. Her willingness to rise to the occasion indicates that Jakia is ready. Yep, Jakia is all that and a bag of chips. We need Jakia Harrison.
Thank you, Jana. And you took it right up to the second.
I practice.
Next up, we have Troy Green with a seconding speech for Victor Gorin.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I wasn't really prepared for this, but I'll tell you what, Victor Gorin is probably one of the most hardworking individuals that I have ever known. And I've been associated with the Democratic Party now for many, many, many years and have actually run in several campaigns. And I'll tell you, anytime you need somebody there to be on your side, whether it be in a pride parade, a Black Lives Matter parade or event or anything like that for the Democratic Party, Victor Gorin is always there. Every time I was there volunteering to mail out letters for fundraising or letters for the conventions, Victor Gorin was there. He was there working constantly to the best of his ability for any job whatsoever that you ever assigned him to do, and he'd volunteer even if he wasn't assigned. So I ask you to vote for Victor Gorin for the affirmative action position, because you couldn't find, I don't think, a better Democrat and a harder working person than he is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Troy. Next up, we have Laura Lovell with a seconding speech for Anne Marie Kennedy.
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Before I begin speaking, I would like to let the chair know that my second nominee, Anne Marie Kennedy, will be using my device for her speech.
Thank you.
Now I would like to begin my speech. Whenever you think of the heroines of our country, we think of the U.S. military. Anne Marie Kennedy is an honorably discharged disabled Army veteran. She served with distinction for the Army Corps of Engineers for over 30 years. During her years of service, she was given many accolades for her time of service in the military. But due to being disabled in the military, she was honorably discharged. As a member of the Rogers County Democrats, she has done everything that she can to be active in her community and be an ally to those of every race, creed, and color, and sexual orientation. Besides her experience as a warrior.
Laura,
Yeah.
that's your time. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
So sorry.
Oh, no. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Debbie Hogue Downing with a seconding speech for Brenda Golden.
I didn't get a chance to mention that. I was going to go to mention that.
Debbie Hogue Downing. And then mute Laura Lovell, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Debbie Hogue Downing, Oklahoma County. It's my honor to second the motion for Brenda Golden. She's an activist, attorney, advocate for human and civil rights. She's a veteran and public speaker. In 2016, she was a candidate for House District 16. And she was also recently ran for chief of her tribe, Muskogee Creek Nation. So she is very familiar with campaigning, and she's done this for a long time. She's also the operator of Golden Legal Services in Mulvey, Oklahoma, graduate of Oklahoma City University. She's a veteran from the U.S. Air Force and the Oklahoma Air National Guard. Now, I've recently worked with her in the legislation for missing and murdered Indigenous women and the Red Alert system. So she was very, very inspirational in trying to get these laws passed. And we did get one up.
It's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Wes Robinson with a seconding speech for Ali Canada.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
can you
sir.
hear me? Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add to what Twan Jones said about Ali Canada. There's no one that works any harder than Ali does, whether it be out getting registered voters. He's a champion of workers' rights. He was a UAW bargaining rep for many years with the UAW. No matter what you want him to do, he's out knocking doors. He's out getting voters registrations. He's a champion of workers' rights. Many years ago, there was no Wagner County Democrats. I called him on a Thursday, met him. He took me to a central committee meeting, and I came back as chair. And I'm now in my third term as chair, and I'm happy of what Wagner County has accomplished from a rural county. Ali goes out and recruits people. He's been instrumental in helping me get started with Wagner County. Happy what he's done. He had a lot to do with getting our CD1 chair back into the fold, and he is now a leader.
Thank you, Wes.
Okay, vote for Ali.
Thank you. And finally, for this round, we have Kathy Cott making a seconding speech for Brandy Becerra.
This is Kathy Cott from Cherokee County. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Brandy Becerra is quite simply a force of nature. And Brandy fights for what is right, which seems to get more difficult every day. She will stand with and stand for all marginalized people. And I am so proud to second her nomination.
Thank you, Kathy. That was great. Okay, so we have our ballot built, and we will be voting for the first position, affirmative action. The candidates that you will be considering are Jakia Harrison, Victor Gorin, Anne Marie Kennedy, Brenda Golden, T. Cherie Dickerson, Ali Canada, and Brandy Becerra. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. T-Sheree was withdrawn for this ballot. So we're going to drop the ballot. Don't let anybody else in, although I can't imagine somebody trying to join at 10 o'clock. You ready? Okay.
You said that, and then 2 people jumped in the waiting room.
The ballot, no, you can't let anybody else in at this point. The ballot has been dropped. It is 9:39. At 9:49.
The candidates get to speak.
Oh, did I not do the candidates?
You did.
I didn't. My apologies. I am completely out of line. This is all my bad. I apologize. It is time for the candidates to speak. And so first up is 2 minutes is Jakia Harrison. My apologies. Please, no disrespect. No disrespect. Jakia Harrison, you get 2 minutes.
Good evening, Democrats. First, I want to take a moment to thank Shalandra Harrison and Jenna Harkins for nominating me. I am truly grateful for your support. As stated, my name is Jakia Harrison. For 5 years, I was a state employee working to keep Oklahoma's most vulnerable children safe. During that time, I learned what it means to use my voice to advocate for others that may not understand how or have the ability to do so. I continue professionally in social work with Goodwill Industries of Central Oklahoma as the program coordinator, providing employment consultation to individuals with disabilities until the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the pandemic, I was able to transition to organizing work as a field organizer for the coordinated campaign in Congressional District 5, particularly in House Districts 94, 97, and 99. This opportunity allowed for me to engage and build relationships with Democrats about becoming more involved in the process of voting and volunteering. After the 2020 general election, I had the honor of going to Georgia to work for the Democratic Party of Georgia for the 2021 Senate runoff. I was in Columbus, Georgia, a significantly rural area. This gave me insight to the differences in engaging rural and city constituents that I did not have before. The election of Senator Warnock and Senator Ossoff proved that the need to consistently engage communities and meet them where they are to be successful. These professional life experiences, along with being one of 2 national committee members for Young Democrats of Oklahoma, Secretary of African American Federation, the City Gun Violence Team Lead of Moms Demand Action Oklahoma, Recruitment Chair for New Leaders Council Oklahoma, and an active member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, have prepared me for this moment to serve. I have had the opportunity to speak with Democrats across Oklahoma over the last month or so, and the consensus has been there's room for more. The Affirmative Action Committee can be doing more in engaging Oklahoma communities to truly have a diverse, equitable, and inclusive Oklahoma Democratic Party. That means every age, gender, race, sexuality, creed, nationality, location, and persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, next up, we have Victor Gorin. Victor, you get 2 minutes.
Is it working?
It is.
Hello, I'm Victor Gorin, and I'm very glad to be running for this position again. First off, I'd like to say that I support Ali Canada for the Central Committee position for the very outstanding reasons that have already been described. So I'm very happy if you vote for him in the first round and I go in the next one, because I want him serving on the Central Committee as well. To tell you a little bit about myself, I've been the secretary of the Oklahoma County Stonewall Democrats, have been active in that for over 20 years. I'm also with Amnesty International. And like my brother Ali, I am a proud member of the Communications Workers of America. He's also in the UAW. And I'm also a member of the Coalition of Labor Union Women. And the thing is, labor is very important to bring to the Affirmative Action Committee, because no matter what laws get passed or no matter who's in office, if you're part of a marginalized group, or even if you're not, will never be better protection against workplace injustice than a union. And so the thing is that I would be very honored to serve in this position again. I hope you'll elect both Ali and me. Thank you so much. I'm done.
Thank you, Victor. Next up, we have Anne Marie Kennedy. I know that I am supposed to recognize Laura Lovell because they're sharing a device. So let me pull that up. Alrighty. So Laura Lovell, actually I'm for Anne Marie Kennedy.
Oh,
Are you there? Are you
I'm
on the
here.
picture?
Yes.
My name's Ann Kennedy. One thing I did was I was deployed with first cab to Baghdad, Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom. But what I'm most proud of is what I did in New Orleans. I was with the Army Corps of Engineers for 30 years. And nothing makes me prouder than helping the.
Sorry, I just gotta check and make sure you're unmuted.
She's not muted. We
She's
can
good?
hear her fine.
Sorry.
Supper time.
It makes me prouder than my time with the Army Corps of Engineers in New Orleans, helping the people that were overlooked by the system. There was no communications, no phone, no cell phone, nothing worked. Trying to get relief supplies to those people wasn't my job. Somebody would come up to me, I just can't get anything done. Could you please help me? Yes. The thing is, it's my thing to go out and help everybody I can. It said that really it was the people who needed the help most were the people who could not help themselves the most. And I've worked for the Corps of Engineers for 30 years. Again, helping people. So please vote for me. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next up, we have Brenda Golden.
Great.
Brenda, you have 2 minutes. Is Brenda a delegate? She is.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank my friends, Kathy Cummings and Debbie Hogue Downing, for nominating me. And I'd also like to say I'm very honored to share this nomination with the esteemed nominees. I've known several of them for many years. As Kathy mentioned, I've been a lifelong Democrat. I first registered as a Democrat in 1986, and I've been part of very, very many campaigns over those years. I'm a former state employee, and as Kathy mentioned, I've had training in the area of affirmative action and also been recognized by federal agencies for the same. And I believe affirmative action stands for action. That means we don't sit by and wait for something to happen and be reactive. We need to reach out to those people who have been pushed away in one way or another to join other parties. And we know that because I saw the spreadsheet earlier of people who are libertarians or independent voters who could be part of our party. I am one of those that do not judge others. I'm an attorney. I reach out and talk to all sorts of people all the time. I don't judge. And I believe that if we are more proactive in reaching out to some of those people. I know when I was growing up, my dad always said the Democratic Party was for people of color. And sadly, that is not the case anymore because we have so many other choices in Oklahoma for those people of color that we need to bring them back into the fold. And that's what I would hope to do as your affirmative action officer, is to help bridge that gap with those persons who have stepped away from the party for some reason or another. And I hope that if I'm not elected, that, I could still serve the party in some way as I always have. So I appreciate your time, and I appreciate again, sharing the platform with all of you this evening and all day today. So thank you for your time again.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. Next up, we have Ali Canada. Ali, you have 2 minutes. Ali, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
My name is Ali Canada. I'm from CD1, Tulsa County. I'm a human rights worker. Okay. I'm a retired UAW bargaining rep. also a U.S. Navy veteran. And I like to explain to you about affirmative action. Affirmative action is supposed to work at every level of this party. That's from your county to your districts to your state. Okay. What I've been doing, I strengthened the county level and the district level and help organize to make sure they had affirmative action also in the counties and the districts was on the central committee. Okay. Affirmative action also works in underrepresented marginalized communities, which I do. Go out doing voter registration across the state. Okay. Doing voter drives, voter education. Okay. Work with your county officers. I work with all the county officers in CD1. Okay. And also on the state level. Okay. So affirmative action is more than what y'all think it is. Okay. You have to go into underrepresented marginalized communities and bring people back into this party. Okay. And I have done that over the years. Okay. This will be, if I run the night and win the night, this will be my fourth term as affirmative action officer for the state. I was working underneath, I had the pleasure to work underneath Earl Mitchell. And Earl Mitchell, before he retired from not running anymore, he gave me all the tools I need to make sure that I can move this state forward. And I promise you, if I could serve you again, I'll do just as hard as work as I was doing before. Okay? Because I have no problems going to underrepresented marginalized communities as a human rights worker and bringing the people back into this party. Okay? I do poll watching. Okay? Did poll watching back in Tulsa County where we cut the numbers down to 1%. And it was 6% rejection rates on the absentee ballots. Okay? I went out to the university, TU University, registering people.
You muted me. Thank you, Ali. All right, next up we have a candidate speech from Brandy Becerra. Becerra. I'm spelling that for closed captioning.
Thank you. So I'm fairly new to the political movement here. Within the past few years, it started relatively soon after I saw so much hate going on in our community. I just saw a lot of our marginalized communities, myself with my own Native American community being affected. And then I just started making a significant decision to be impactful with that stance. So I decided I'm going to be a voice for the voiceless. And that started with setting out my front yard with the Drive for 45 as they drove by every Thursday, shouting explicit language at me. So I put up a huge Trump, baby Trump blow up every Thursday. So then I thought, okay, I'm going to make this a poignant thing to create people to ensure that they're registered to vote. I wanted this to be more than just, sitting here, making sure that they know that they're not going to intimidate people that have opposing views. I want to make sure people are actively engaged. We need to be engaged. We need to have voter turnout. And in order to do that, take every single moment that you have to engage with people to make sure that they're aware of upcoming elections, that they're registered to vote. And a lot of these communities don't feel like they're being engaged with. A lot of the smaller towns, they don't feel like they're being engaged with. So we're missing a lot of these opportunities, and we need to be in those areas. So I feel like, I'm becoming more engaged with a lot of these areas where I'm in the front lines. Even though I'm immune compromised, I'm still out there knocking doors, trying to get people to vote. I'm out there in the front lines with the Black Lives Matter movement, fighting with.
That's your time. That's your time. Thank you so very much. Okay. Now, I have crossed everyone off. We have our nominating seconds and our candidate speeches. And again, I apologize for to you folks. I do respect you and believe this position is important. We are about to drop the ballot. Andrew? Okay, the ballot is dropped. It is 9:53. We're going to give it to 10:03. So everyone, please vote quickly and carefully. Raise your hand if you need to be moved to a ballot assistance room.
Am I? Victor, if I didn't have to.
All righty, if you walked away to go get a snack, turn back your bed, you have 5 minutes to complete your vote. Mr. Hightower, while we wait on the ballots to calculate, did you have a question? Robert Hightower, while we wait on the ballots to calculate, did you have a question? Okay, so I'm going to assume that you do not have a question and lower your hand.
Alicia, were you speaking to me?
Are you
Barbara Cox?
Are you logged on as Robert Hightower?
No, I thought you said Barbara. I'm so sorry.
I talk fast and unclear the later at night it gets, apparently. All righty, the ballots are calculated. Andrew?
All right, folks. There we go. With a total number of 258 ballots cast, Jakia Pendleton Harris and Ollie Canada will move on to the next round.
Okay, because we have more than three people, and no one met the threshold of 50%, we have to go to a runoff for the two highest voters. So in order to fill the first slot of affirmative action, we are going to, I hope Andrew is building the ballot right now. We're going to a runoff between Jakia Pendleton Harrison and Ollie Canada. That's who you will have to vote for next. So we're going to build that ballot really quickly. So be thinking about it. And I'm going to try and give you guys a little less time to calculate this vote. And we have Corey Wallen with his hand up.
Corey Wallen, Tulsa County, CD1 and affirmative action. Corey Wallen, can you guys hear me? Okay, Corey Wallen, Tulsa County, CD1 affirmative action. I have a point of information. Will we be continuing to do 10 minutes and allowing for 10 minutes of voting? Is that necessary on your end on the data? Can we shorten that? Are we getting our returns back that is required the full 10 minutes?
Thank you for that question. And that's what that's exactly the point that I just made. I want to see if we can do less time for voting. See if we can get it done. We're getting to be kind of pros at this. So I hope that it continues to go a little bit speedier. Oh, that scared me to death. Thank you for bringing that up and giving me an opportunity to repeat that so that everybody can hear and feel hopeful. Christy Wallace. Christy Wallace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. It's late, so I'm a little tired. So refresh me on what's about to happen. We have two people to vote for. Whichever one doesn't make the 50% threshold, they still are eligible for the next round, right?
That is correct.
Okay, good. All right, that's all I needed. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All righty, so we have the ballot created?
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so it is 10:07. I am going to see if we can get this done by 10:12. We're going to keep shortening the time as long as we can do it without disenfranchising anyone. It is 10:07. The ballot has been dropped? Yep. Has been dropped. Please vote quickly and carefully. If you need help, please raise. Is it in chat?
Yeah, I don't see it.
No, it's not in chat.
Did you send it to me personally? I can refresh the link and put it in there.
Okay, now it is in the chat. It is 10:08. Let's see if we can get this done by 10:13. 10:13. Vote quickly and carefully. Raise your hand if you need assistance and we'll get you moved. Let's see if we can get this done by 10:13.
Okay.
he's here. Okay, so I saw Rick Terry, Carly Griffith Hotvet, and then Matthew Ruiz. Rick Terry, if you will unmute yourself. Okay, you put your hand down. Okay, Carly Griffith Hotvet.
Hi, yes. In consideration of the time and the length that it's taking, and the fact that we edge closer and closer to our quorum number, I would like to move to limit nominating speeches for the remaining Affirmative Action Committee elections to nominees only, regardless of prior or contemporaneous nomination. I know that we've had some discussion about this, and our rules chair has taken the privilege of expressing her opinion, which is probably reflective of some other people's opinion as well. However, in consideration of the good of the body, I'd like to bring that up on motion, and I submitted that language in the chat to Joshua.
Okay, y'all were talking, so I didn't hear her whole thing. Could you read her motion? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't take a motion in the middle of a vote, but you have it in the chat, and when we're done with the vote, we will take it up.
Halfway.
All righty, we're at 2.5 minutes. I have Matthew Ruiz and Jana Harkins. Matthew?
Hello, Madam Chair. The link is not opening for me. I've even tried, like, I can't copy it. I've tried to click on it multiple times. It is not opening for me. I don't know if there are other people that are in here that are dealing with the same. If I need to join a room, that's fine. It's just more that I don't know if anyone else is dealing with this, but it is not opening for me.
Okay, Joshua is refreshing the link, and there is a fresh link in the chat. So if you were having the same issue and Matthew beat you to it, there is a fresh link in the chat. Jana Harkins.
Yes, I just wanted to remind everyone that the vote on the pending motion is a change in the rules and will require a 2/3 vote in order to do so.
So to vote on the folks who didn't get the 50%, I've changed the rules. Is that what you're saying?
No, okay. The pending, Carly's pending motion. I'm just kind of conserving some time while we're waiting on the ballot and just reminding everyone now that that motion will require a 2/3 vote. It cannot be voted by acclamation. It requires a 2/3 vote.
Thank you for that. I see Naomi Andrews, Don and Betty, and then Taylor Broadbent. That's the order I'm calling you. Naomi Andrews.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention what Matthew Ruiz had said, that I've had that same problem throughout, and it comes and goes. So sometimes if the link's been sitting for a minute, it seems to not work that well if you've like tried to click it before. So if they could potentially just always put the link in twice, like once and then wait a little bit, it might cut down on people needing to get over into rooms.
Thank you. 10 seconds. There was a husband and wife. They disappeared off my screen. Or their hands are gone. Okay, Taylor Broadbent. Good to see you, Taylor.
Hi, Madam Chair. I just have a quick parliamentary inquiry for probably our rules chair. Do we need 2/3 of all delegates or just the delegates that are present?
I'll let Jenna answer that.
2/3 of the votes cast.
Okay. I do, but she didn't ask for your answer. She asked for Jana's answer.
A volunteer still helping someone at this moment.
David Glover.
Just a reminder to everybody that the link is the exact same link every time, and you can just refresh your ballot once the ballot is live again. It's not a new link. So it might be easy if people just remember that they can click on the same one or leave the web page up and then just refresh it when the ballot's ready to go again, FYI. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Thanks for that point of clarification. Depending on your device, you may not be able to refresh, but if you can, please do so. And that's also kind of why I've been saying vote quickly and carefully, because if it sits, it does get stale. We are just about at the end of this ballot. It is 10:14. I said 10:13. Let me check on the crew. All righty, so we have our ballot. Andrew?
Alrighty, everybody. With 300 with 553 votes cast, Jakia Pendleton Harris wins this round with 138 votes to Ali Canada's 115.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, now we know how to do this. We think we can get this done in about each vote in about 5 minutes. So we're going to try to get through. So we have now filled the affirmative action slot 1. So we have 3 more slots. I am opening the floor. Oh, there's a hand. The floor recognizes Tuan.
Madam Chair, thank you. I nominate Ali Canada for affirmative action position 2.
Okay, so I haven't opened it for nominations yet. We have 3 more slots. We're going to do the same thing, but it's been so long you may have forgotten. So we're going to nominate regardless of gender. This time around, according to our rules chair, if you nominate someone who was on the first ballot, the nominating second and the candidate speeches are not required, but we are going to allow nominating, seconding, and candidate speeches for new candidates. So I just want everybody to know kind of what is happening. So now I am opening the floor for nominations for affirmative action slot number 2, and I will start with Tuan Jones. And you are muted, sir.
Yeah, I was trying to be funny because I hadn't been asked to unmute yet. Madam Chair, I rise to nominate Ali Canada for affirmative action position 2.
Thank you, sir. So I have Amber Jensen, Jana Harkins, Barbara Cox, and Wes Robinson. Amber Jensen.
I nominate, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Amber Jensen, CD3. I nominate Victor Gorin.
Thank you. Jana Harkins. I lost her. Did she put her hand down? Is she still there?
I took my hand down.
Okay. Just try not to skip folks, right? Wes Robinson. You're still muted.
You?
Now you're unmuted.
Yes. Wes Robinson, Wagner County Chair. I'd like to second the nomination for Ali Canada.
Thank you, sir. Ryan Canoni. There we go.
Okay. Ryan Canoni, Cherokee County CD2 Vice Chair, nominating Anne Marie Kennedy.
Thank you. Kathy Cummings.
I'd like to nominate Brenda Golden for affirmative action chair. I guess that would be position 2. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, but you don't have to say the position. I'm giving the volunteer time to get it written down so we get everybody in the right order. Thank you. Laura Lovell. And then Jason's next.
Am I unmuted? Whoa. I second the nomination of Anne Marie Kennedy. That's all.
Laura Lovell, second the nomination for Anne Marie Kennedy. Thank you. Jason Lowe. Tell me who's next because they're moving around on me. Well, Representative Lowe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Representative Jason Lowe, House District 97. I nominate Christopher Harris.
Christopher Harrison. Christopher Harrison, do you accept? Christopher Harrison? All righty, we will come back. Oh, he's here.
I put a question mark by his name.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Who's next?
Madam Chair, this is Barbara Cox. You called my name in order and then you kind of moved on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Are you calling the vote?
No, we're not voting. We're doing nominations.
Okay, I proudly rise to nominate Rachel Morris, Barbara Cox from CD5 and Oklahoma County. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Morse, M-O-R-S-E. Mhm. Rachel, do you accept?
I accept.
Thank you. Who's next? Is it Oscar? No, you said Carly. You said Oscar a minute ago.
Yes, Oscar.
Oscar.
Hi, yes, Oscar Hernandez here, CD3 Vice Chair, and I'm just unsure. Did Brandy Becerra get nominated and I missed it? But otherwise, I'm nominating Brandy Becerra.
She's not in this round. So,
all right, well, I would like to submit her for this round.
Oscar, are you in Custer County still?
I'm still in Custer County. I'm sorry, CD3 Vice Chair in Custer County.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I was really just stalling. Give Reagan a moment. Kara Tilley.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you going to make a nomination?
Yes, I was waiting to nominate myself. So I am actually I'm the first graduate class of Eisenhower International School.
No, this isn't the time for speeches. So we will.
Oh,
we'll
speeches. Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah, I'd love to nominate myself. I have so much like actual experience in this area. So this is something that would be an absolute pleasure.
Okay, awesome. So Kara Tilley from Tulsa County. Nominating Kara Tilley from Tulsa County. Carly Griffith Hotvet.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Carly Hotvet, Tulsa County. This is not for a nomination, it's to renew my motion. Just wanted to put that out there since my motion did contemplate new candidates in addition to prior candidates being nominated.
Okay, so she can you pull it? It's in the chat, right? Let me find it so that everyone has clarity on what it is that you are moving.
I just dropped that back in the chat to Joshua, so it should be refreshed.
That would be helpful. While we do that, I just want to acknowledge Christopher Harrison so we can kind of get that done. Are you accepting the nomination, sir?
I will accept the nomination. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion that, can we take? Okay, so the motion that Carly Hotvet is making, disappeared. Is to limit nominating speeches for the remaining Affirmative Action Committee elections to the nominees only, regardless of prior or contemporary nomination. So this, that is the motion. Do I have a second? It's in the chat if you need to see it. Okay, so I'm just gonna acknowledge people whose hands are raised in case that's a second hanging out in there. Okay, how about this? Because there are a lot of hands, there are 15 hands and I don't want to get 16 hands. I don't want to get this all confused. If you are seconding, just go ahead and send Josh a chat real quick.
In process, point of order, can't accept floor motions once nominations start.
Dadgummit. Okay. Mr. Parliamentarian, do not let me start another motion without acknowledging Ms. Hotved's motion. Please. Because I'm just kind of plugging through and it's beginning to feel disrespectful. I apologize, Carly. It is not my intention to disrespect you.
We could do it once nominations close. Before we start speeches.
Okay, remind me at that point. Okay. We're gonna see if we can kind of shoehorn it in a place that is appropriate. Sarah Carnes. Okay, so I need you to do me a favor.
I just want to second Brandy Becerra's nomination.
Thank you. Sarah Carnes from Canadian County wants to second Brandy Becerra. Yes, I need your. Okay, Troy Green.
Or you
Not
hear me?
muted.
Okay. I want to Victor Gorin, second Victor Gorin, Detroit Green, Cleveland County.
No. Troy Green from Cleveland County is seconding Victor Gorin.
Yeah, I don't have a Victor.
Troy, there is not a current nomination for Victor Gorin. Are you making a motion for Victor? A nomination for Victor? Sorry.
I thought there was a person right off the bat that nominated him. The person that nominated him the first time.
Amber Jensen nominated Victor Gorin.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Making me look bad. Troy Green from Cleveland County is seconding Victor Gorin. My apology, Troy. Who's next?
Laura Lovell.
Laura Lovell.
Yes, I'll be just one. Yes, ma'am. I think you've already called on me to do the second. Do you need Anne
No,
Marie?
we just didn't lower your hand. I'm sorry. Next. Naomi Andrews.
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise to nominate Corey Wallen. Oh, sorry, Naomi Andrews, Tulsa County, CD1 Vice Chair. I rise to nominate Corey Wallen.
Got that one? Thank you. Focus. Debbie Hogue Downing.
I second the motion for Brenda Golden.
Thank you. My mispronunciation of your name, Debbie, looks like Hope. Barbara Cox.
Barbara.
No.
You got your hand raised.
We have her nominated.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I forgot to lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay, next. Thank you. Angela Utley.
Is there still a motion to exclude the speeches? Because I'm not in favor of that.
That motion is not being entertained right now.
Okay, well, thank you. It's a disability problem. I really need to hear things over and over. So
understood. You do. I do want to make sure you're aware that there are that live captionings, closed captionings are available for this meeting.
Yes, I'm reading them. Thank you so much for providing those.
Bruce Nemi.
Do you have me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I will second the Kara Tilley nomination.
Bruce Nemi from Tulsa County, seconding
Yes, from Tulsa County.
Seconding a nomination for Kara Tilley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jim Potts,
Thank you, ma'am. My notes indicate that the Resolutions Committee Chairman Amber did in fact nominate Victor, and so Troy furnished a second.
that is correct. My crack team here corrected me on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Reverend Dickerson,
Yes, was there a second for Christopher Harrison?
there hasn't been.
I would like to second the nomination for Mr. Harrison.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Jeremy Gibson. I can't even see him on my screen. Jeremy Gibson. Have you unmuted him?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to, oh, why is Barbara's hand still up? Amanda Swope.
Hi, I don't know, can I do two things at once? Can I make two motions or do I have to raise my hand again?
So we're making nominations right now. And so you can only make one nomination at a time. And the way our rules are, you can only speak one time for each issue.
Okay,
So
well then,
pick carefully.
for this time, then I will second the nomination of Corey Wallen.
Okay, so Amanda Swope from Tulsa County, seconding for Corey Wallen.
Done.
Carol Chappell. This is who I see.
I'm sorry. I had a question, but it was answered. So thank you. Sorry about that.
Anytime I get to speak to you, Carol.
Aww.
Joshua Harris Teal.
I second Rachel Morris.
Joshua Harris Teal from Oklahoma County, seconding Rachel Morris. All righty. Do we have any candidates who have been nominated and not seconded?
Looks like we are good.
Okay. Are there any further nominations?
Christopher Harris still has not confirmed.
Yes, he did.
He did. Okay.
Any further nominations? Any further nominations? Seeing none, nominations for affirmative action position 2 are closed. Our candidates are, and these are in order, yes?
Yes.
All righty. Our candidates are Ali Canada, Victor Gorin, and Marie Kennedy. Brenda Golden. These are switched. Christopher Harrison, Rachel Morse, and Brenda Becerra. No, that's Brandy, isn't it? Brandy Becerra.
Yes. Sorry.
I apologize. Brandy Becerra and Kara Tilly. Okay, so we're going to do this like we did last time. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, we're going to entertain Carly's motion. The nominations have been made and is closed. And so now we're preparing our ballot. And while we're doing that, we're going to enter
The list.
all the names. Okay. We're going to discuss Carly Hotvet's motion. And I think I have it. All righty. So the motion is, okay, all of the chats. No. You guys can't read out loud. I'm sorry. Can't read out loud. Jeez. I'm sorry. It keeps breaking on me. I can't get the whole motion. I apologize. Okay, the motion is to limit nomination speeches for the remaining Affirmative Action Committee elections to nominees only, regardless of prior or contemporaneous nominations. because this is a variation of the rules, it is not consistent with the rules of this convention, nor is it consistent with the Constitution and bylaws. This will require a vote that will require 2/3 to pass. So I'm going to start to try to get this to pass by acclamation so that we don't have to go through the vote process. Let's see how that works. So I'm going to lower all hands. That's me lowering your hands. Please do not raise them until I ask the question. I did not, because I'm done. Okay. All righty. So really, I'm going to lower all hands. Please do not raise your hand until I ask the question. Okay. Whew. So, wait a minute. There's a motion. It has not been seconded. That's what you guys were trying to do. My apologies. Do I have a second for this motion? Brennan Bratcher.
Brennan Bratcher, Canadian County, and I second this motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that has been seconded. I'm tired. I'd like to move that this be accepted by unanimous consent. Any objections? Okay, we got hands up, hands up. So I recognize that as objections. So we are going to vote. Give us a second to create the ballot. And on this ballot, I remind you, not trying to discourage you, I just want to make sure that everyone is informed. I remind you that on this ballot, it will require a 2/3 vote to pass. Give us a second to build this ballot.
Can we do a point of order on this?
Okay, so I think you want to debate because several people want to debate. So here's how it goes. We get 6 minutes. 3 for, 3 opposed. And what 4 is to amend the rules to allow for nominating speeches only from this point forward for the remaining 3 positions. So I'm gonna get my timer to get ready.
Are we starting with for or opposed first?
Whatever they say first.
Okay. Ready?
Okay, so put 3 minutes on both clocks. Yep. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna unmute every hand that I see. You're gonna say your name, your county, and whether you are for or opposed. We're gonna talk to 3 minutes and then we're gonna vote.
Naomi Andrews, Tulsa County, CD1 Chair, against.
Is that your whole statement?
Oh, no, do I get to keep talking? Okay, so the reason why we need to vote against this is because there have already been several people who have had multiple speeches for them, and they are now currently running against people who do not get to have that same issue. Additionally, when you look at some of the candidates on the ballot this round have disabilities or are part of the Disability Federation and may not be able to speak as quickly or may not be able to express their thoughts as coherently, even though they have as much to offer to this party as anybody else on the ballot. It means that we are limiting their right to be a productive member of this body. And so we must allow seconding speeches, nominating speeches, everything so that they can have their voice heard, because sometimes there are people who are better speakers than they are, but these people need to be heard because they have value to add to our party. Thank you.
Next, state your name, your county, and whether you are for or against. I've unmuted you, so just start talking. I unmuted all the faces I can see.
Madam Chair, T. Sheree Dickerson, Oklahoma County. Am I able to make a friendly amendment to the motion?
Not at this time. Oscar?
Hi. There we
I
go.
can
Hi,
hear.
finally. Yes, yes. Okay, finally. Yes, so I kind of agree with Naomi there. If we were to amend, which I think is kind of what was happening, I'm against Oscar Hernandez, Custer County, CD3 chair or vice chair. I also agree that if we wanted to cut out and save some time, trust me, I don't want anybody here longer. We've all been here all day. What I'm saying is let's change this motion to where if new people needed to make speeches and new nominating people needed to make speeches, everybody else has had their claim, and then we can go from there. So I yield my time from this point on.
What Oscar said is actually the current process. So the people who have already had nominating, seconding, and candidate speeches would not get a speech this time around. It will just be the new candidates, but they would get, the way it stands now, they would get a nominating, a second, and a candidate speech, so that they're not being robbed of the same opportunity. Next we have.
Alicia, can I go next? This is my motion.
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate everybody's input and concern about parity. And that's why I made sure to include reserved time for the nominees themselves to be able to present and advocate on their own behalf. I don't feel like these nominating and secondary speeches are as informative as what it would be if we can hear directly from the candidate. I myself, in addition to other people who are currently delegates at the body, are tired and have expressed that they would like to leave if we're not able to get this passed. It has been well over an hour and we have not even moved into the number 2 slot to take votes. I'm tired. If y'all don't want to do this, that's cool, but I'm out after this. So I'd like to stay and participate, but from a timeliness perspective, it's been a long day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't realize I was. Anyway, my name is Angela Utley from Washington County. I really need to hear the speeches. I have auditory processing disorder, and this disenfranchises me as a Democrat, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I'm also very tired too, so I feel your pain. So if people can be considerate and allow me and others to hear the nomination speeches, I would be very grateful. Thank you for your time.
Amber Jensen. No, Amber, I'm going to do a different order. Vicki Adams.
I think that everything that I want to say has been said. I disagree with this. I know it's late. I'm tired too, but we gave those other people that this option. We need to give it to, we need to make it fair for everyone.
Thank you. Amber Jensen.
I just wanted to say that we're the party of the big tent. I'm not sure why we're not voting by ranked choice since we advocate for that, but my point is that this disenfranchises disabled people like myself. I'm reading the captions and sometimes the captions are not that great. So we need to hear from the people we haven't heard from. I yield my time.
Thank you. Robert Goins, please state your name, your county, and for or against. Okay, Robert, you can unmute yourself. This is the only hand up.
Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong page to unmute myself. I'm against, but I'm more in fact raised to a point of information, Madam Chair.
Okay.
You left Corey off your list of nominees for this position when you read them out before we got into this.
You are right. I'm sorry. There was scribbling on the paper. Andrew, did you get? Okay, so Corey is on the list. That is my oversight, but he is on the ballot.
You're all good. Naomi said everything I would have said, so I yield any other time.
Thank you. That is the last hand. So we are going to. what's his name? Logan Whitson. Not on my screen at all, and I apologize. You're not on my screen at all. Logan Whitson.
This is Gary Harris of Planet Talk. For some reason, I'm showing as Logan Whitson. Everything, I'm strongly opposed to this. We need to be fair to these new candidates, and that's been said. So I have nothing further to say.
Okay, thank you. Can you change his name? Wonderful. All righty, so we're going to move into a vote. We ready, Andrew? Okay, so the ballot is live. It is 10:50. Let's see if we can turn this puppy around by 10:55. Please vote early, quickly, and carefully. Raise your hand if you need to be moved into the ballot assistance room. We will assume every raised hand is someone needing help with their ballot, and we will quickly process those. So please vote quickly and carefully. 10:55. Let's see if we can make magic happen.
I'll be telling you, just say the word. And
We are calculating. Give us about a minute and we should have the results. All righty, Andrew, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, folks, here's what we have on the motion to limit speeches, which is a 2/3 required vote. The motion failed. 107 people voting yes, 105 voting no. So speeches will not be limited.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and close that, and we're gonna, so on the floor, we have nominees for the second affirmative action slot, and we're going to proceed with our process. Nominating speeches, 2 minutes. Seconding speeches, 1 minute. Candidate speeches, 2 minutes. We will start with Twan Jones. We're going to start with Twan Jones with a nominating speech for Ali Canada.
No.
No?
No, it's just the new people.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Okay, I was wasting time. I apologize. My bad. So the new people are Christopher Harrison, Rachel Morse, Kara Tilley, and Corey Wallen. Those are the new people. Those are the people who get speeches. All righty. So we will start with a nominating speech by Jason Lowe for Christopher Harrison. Representative Lowe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. I wasn't planning on giving a speech tonight, but Chris Harrison is a phenomenal individual. He's a person that is involved in his community. He's a business owner as well. And I sincerely nominate him, and hopefully everyone supports him as well.
Thank you, Representative Lowe. Next up, we have Barbara Cox with a nominating speech for Rachel Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to be able to speak on behalf of Rachel Morris from Oklahoma County, CD5. For the past 2 years, she served as the CD5 Affirmative Action Committee woman and done a really good job. She's also in my House district and has helped with organizing in the local area for Colin Waukee and for Congresswoman Kendra Horn. through both elections. She put in a lot of hours with that. She's a part of the LGBT community. She's disabled and Native. And she's active in the Oklahoma Democratic and National Parties since 1994. I'm very proud to very briefly recommend Rachel Morris for affirmative action female. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Next up, we have Kara Tilley with a nominating speech for Kara Tilley. Kara, you have 2 minutes.
Fantastic, thank you. My name is Kara Tilley. I am born and raised Tulsan. My family's been in the state of Oklahoma since before the state of Oklahoma has been a state. I have worked in race relations since childhood and understand the conversation with the entire community of Oklahoma and how to actually enact change for the entire community within the state of Oklahoma. I was the first class to graduate from Eisenhower International School. I've worked with the Hispanic communities since childhood, working with illegal immigrants since high school, and have fought for the illegal immigrant community for equal health care in college and beyond, as serving as a personal translator with my actual Spanish translation skills. I have worked with various types of with every community within the United States. I have a background in recruiting, fundraising, and progressive economic development, focusing specifically as a Leadership Tulsa graduate and a Tulsa Young Professional Leader under the Tulsa Chamber of Commerce to actually fight for progressive economic development for the entire community. I try to attend every Black Lives Matter protest, Asian Matters protest, and literally fight on behalf of literally everyone within the state of Oklahoma for generations. My mother was a nurse at Carver and Booker T within Tulsa, fighting for the entire community for healthcare. My stepmother was the head of fundraising for the YWCA, eliminating racism, empowering women. And my whole family, literally, this is their passion. This is what we've all worked for generations, to literally bring the entire community together as one Oklahoma, as one Tulsa, and to literally help showcase the talent within the state of Oklahoma. And it would be my honor and my privilege and my pleasure to literally help find the best talent within the state of Oklahoma to help promote them.
Okay, thank you. All righty, so next we have Naomi Andrews with a nominating speech for Corey Wallen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Naomi Andrews, Tulsa County, CD1, Vice Chair, again, would like to nominate Corey Wallen for a couple of reasons. The first being is that we are trying to increase our outreach in this state. That is part of this role. And I 100% support and advocate for all disenfranchised people in Oklahoma. But one area that we have seriously overlooked is the disability community. There are over 46% of Oklahomans who identify with having a disability. Corey Wallen was recently elected to be the CD1 affirmative action officer, or one of them. And since his nomination on May 1st, or his election on May 1st, he has already brought multiple issues to our committee and to me about ways that we can make our party more inclusive. In fact, some of the changes that went into the Constitution and bylaws were because of that, making sure that people of all backgrounds have accessibility to be able to find the information about our party, to be able to understand the information about our party, and to be able to act upon that information in the party. And if we are reaching out to people in a way that they cannot understand, then we are not going to get anywhere. Corey understands that. And you know, the only negative thing I've ever heard somebody say about him is that he just keeps on and keeps on. And you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say that's true. He let an issue die because how important it is. As somebody who is on the autism spectrum, he understands that we have to learn to communicate with people differently, and he brings a unique perspective to our central committee that others may not be able to. He reminds us that we have to communicate more clearly. He reminds us that not everybody views our message in the same way that we do, and that there are many other perspectives out there that we have to take into consideration with messaging. But finally, Corey Wallen is currently on dialysis.
Thank you.
And still, oh, thank you. Vote for Corey.
All righty. So next round, we have our seconding speeches. We have Kathy, nope, we have Debbie. Yes, Debbie Hoke Downing. Nope, that's not right. Sorry. We have Reverend Dickerson making a seconding speech for Christopher Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. T. Cherie Dickerson, Oklahoma County. It is my esteemed pleasure and honor to second the nomination for my friend and lifelong schoolmate, Christopher Harrison, who is a business owner, who has been a candidate, who also, while he was campaigning on his own, extended his grace to supporting other candidates running in other fields. He also understands that no human is illegal. He is a Black man living in Oklahoma, so we know that he understands that Black lives matter. He also accommodates and supports the disability community. He supports the LGBTQIA2S community by action, by financial donation, and also by deed. So I say vote for Christopher Harrison for affirmative action member.
For sure. Super excited about seconding Rachel. I'm gonna keep it brief like I try to do. A couple of great reasons why you should vote for Rachel. One, if you knew Kendra's office, then you knew the impact Rachel had on that office and how she helped all of us across Oklahoma County, but also outside of the 5th Congressional District, because that's how serious she is about it. Always an advocate for our community. Former Chief of Staff of the Young Democrats of America, so she's close to my heart. You know her, you love her, I love her. Y'all should vote for her. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a seconding speech by Bruce Nemi for Kara Tilley. Bruce Nemi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Bruce Nemi, Tulsa County, former state representative from District 78 and vice chair of the county election board. I'm here today to nominate Kara Tilley, or second the nomination of Kara Tilley. I've known her for about 5 years now through the United Nations Association. I know she's a very dedicated and passionate volunteer for community action, and I believe she would make an outstanding affirmative action representative on the state committee. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and vote for Kara Tilley.
Thank you, Bruce. Next up, we have a seconding speech by Amanda Swope for Corey Wallen.
Hello, Amanda Swope, Chair of Tulsa County. I'd like to second the nomination for Corey because as Naomi said, he's really been stepping up in his role at the CD1 affirmative action position since he came into that. He had done a lot of work for the party previously. In my experience with Corey, he's always willing to push the needle forward on the conversation about what needs to be done to accommodate people that feel voiceless, not only within the party, but also as a way of looking at ways to recruit new people coming into the party. And he does it in a way that, to me, shows that he really cares about individuals here and about taking on that role. It's not just, I don't think it's for him just about, his own personal life and things that he struggles with, but also by lending an ear to other people and really giving some considerations to the things that they need. So vote for Corey.
Thank you. Thank you. We are now to candidate speeches. And so first up, we have Christopher Harrison. You get 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone.
We can hear you now, sir.
Fantastic. Good evening, everyone. It's just been a long day. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Long story short, I would simply say thank you all for thinking of me to be in this place. But here's what I would simply say. We all must work together. You believe that? So, with all that being said, please vote for me because we can put everybody in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next up, we have a candidate speech from Rachel Morse.
Hey, everybody. Well, you are not throwing away your vote. You are not throwing away your vote. Just like my country, I am young, scrappy, and hungry. Okay, so enough quoting Hamilton. And I'm not as young as I'd like to think I am. But yes, so I'm Rachel Morris, and I have spent the last 2 years as the CD5 Affirmative Action, one of the Affirmative Action members, and so thus serving on our Affirmative Action Committee. As a member of the Affirmative Action Committee, I have pressed hard for our meetings to continue and for the work to continue. I have spent proudly the last 2 years in Kendra Horn's congressional office working here in Oklahoma City. And that is the honor of my lifetime to serve our Democratic Party as well as all of Oklahoma. I am a proud queer disabled Native. No qualms about that. It is who I am. It is how I identify. It is who I have always been. But I am a social worker. I am an advocate. What I love about our Affirmative Action Committee is we have a committee that is joining new forces and old forces. So to have some continuity, we are electing some new people to this committee, and I'm so excited about Jakia. And I'd like to keep some continuity with having some people who have served previously, which is why I'd like to continue on affirmative action and now to be one of the 4 elected affirmative action positions. So, I got my feet wet and I'd like to continue that work. And I would love to continue serving affirmative action and to be one of these 4 positions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. And next, we have a candidate speech from Kara Tilley. You get 2 minutes.
Good evening. This is Kara Tilley. I spoke previously, and let me just add in continuation. So I own my own business in actually working in progressive economic development on behalf of the entire city of Tulsa and behalf of the entire state of Oklahoma, trying to actually work with minority communities to actually better the economic flow between the traditional areas in the state of Oklahoma and actually fixing the economic flow for the entire state of Oklahoma, lifting up the entire state of Oklahoma and actually benefiting all. It is my area of study in academics and my area of progress and activism in my daily life is actually working and trying to better all of these areas and understanding how we have an opportunity here within the state of Oklahoma as a state that has been a state since 1907 instead of a state that has been a state since 1776, and how to correct the state of Oklahoma for the future of the entire United States and how to actually progress all and actually advance the entire state of Oklahoma and the Democratic Party within the state of Oklahoma, and utilize us as an actual example for progress for the United States of America. There's an opportunity here that I believe in. And we have so many fantastic candidates. And with my background in recruiting, fundraising, and progressive economic development on behalf of actually adding jobs, businesses, and dollars into the Oklahoma economy, this is something that I would truly love and admire, to be able to lend my knowledge, expertise, and my actual network for the betterment of all for the entire state of Oklahoma. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now, Corey Wallen, you have a 2-minute candidate speech.
Yeah, this is Corey Wallen, CD1 Affirmative Action, Tulsa County. I really appreciate and I want to thank Amanda and Naomi for their kind words. And the truth of the matter is that I want to run for affirmative action mainly because I care about people, and the connections that I make in this party, they make a difference. For example, whenever I met a couple last year during the coordinated campaign, we remained acquaintances, but I made such a connection to them this year whenever the wife of the pair ended up having a seizure out of town and needed to move to Washington in an emergency, that I was able to come over and help them move in an emergency. I'm approached like this all the time, and I'm happy to be that person for anybody that's in this party. Last year, I also delivered a bed. You know, I picked up a bed, I borrowed a truck, and I delivered a bed from somebody who was giving it away to somebody who needed it, who was in this party. That's the kind of care that I have for people in this party, and I want people to be involved. I don't want anybody to walk away because they do not feel like they have a place in this party. We have to remember that before our day comes, most of us will experience being disabled at some time in our lives, and most of us will be extremely disabled, and none of us will be able to speak for ourselves because the disabled, we rely on our own communities to advocate for ourselves, and the disabled community is, by definition, disabled. It is most important that not only we recruit disabled people, but we recruit allies of disabled people to show up and to speak out for them. And that's not to leave out the others either, because I've been on the front lines and I've been at the protests. I've marched with BLM, and I've been on the streets with you guys. I will have a fair and open mind, and I'll toward anything and everything that you tell me. Sorry, I'm a little anxious. Anyway, I'm in kidney failure, and I'm on dialysis and about 15 hours a week. I have been for years, and I still show up. I knock doors, I make calls, and I think people still like me because they still have me around and ask me to do stuff. So I would really appreciate your vote, and I would love the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that is the last speech for affirmative action slot 2. Okay, so Andrew is about to drop the ballot. You're ready, right? All righty, it is 11:18. Let's see if we can get this one done by 11:24. It is 11:18. Please vote quickly. Please vote carefully. If you need assistance, raise your hand so we can grab you, get you in the room, and get your vote counted. The candidates that will be on your ballot are Ali Canada, Victor Gorin, Anne Marie Kennedy, Brenda Golden, Christopher Harrison, Rachel Morris, Brandy Becerra, Kara Tilley, and Corey Wallen. The ballot is already in the chat. Let's see if we can get this done by 11:24. Sure. All righty. So ballots are calculated. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
Okay, here we go, folks. Okay, total number of votes cast, 182. The two top vote getters are Ollie Canada with 60 votes and Rachel Morse with 34.
Nobody got 50%.
Nope. Closest we got was 32.97.
We have to go into a runoff.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So the rule is when you have, Andrew, please mute yourself. When you have more than 3 candidates and you do not, and no candidate gets 50%, you have to go into a runoff, and the top 2 vote getters go to the runoff. So the top 2 vote getters in this, I see hands. The top 2 vote getters in this race were Ollie Canada and Rachel Morse. Is that correct? Okay. So the next step would to be going to runoff, but I see hands raised. So I am going to address the hands. Joshua Harris Teal. I do. Because we're mid-vote. I don't think we can take motions mid-vote. Right? So no motions during excuse me, in the middle of a vote, and we are in the middle of a vote. Chantel Corey. Excuse me.
I would just like to ask, did I hear the count right that there were less than 200 votes? Can I get a quorum call?
Not in the middle of a vote.
Okay.
And we are in the middle of a vote. So the top 2 vote getters were Rachel Morris and Ollie Canada. You're building that ballot, right? All righty, we're building that ballot. Those are the 2 candidates. There will be no speeches. Those are the 2 candidates that we're voting for. Rachel Morse, Ollie Canada. I know that it's M-O-R-S-E. I'm sorry about the closed captioning. Emily Gamble.
Hi, everyone. I didn't see some of our candidates for this election on that spreadsheet. Could that be seen again before we move forward? My apologies. We thought that there wasn't a candidate on that ballot. Thank you, Andrew. Can we see the, column to the right? Corey Wallen? Yeah. And Kara? Corey is not on there. You're missing a
Keep scrolling because I. Is Corey not on there?
He was on the list.
I read his name out loud.
No, he was on the list to vote for. But I think this is just the most candidates we've had. So we have to add another.
I did not look at the ballot. Was Corey on the ballot?
Yes, he was on the ballot. He was on the ballot.
He was. He was. We had him on there, it's just not on this table now. So we don't even know his results.
Please stand by.
Thank you, Andrew. I will mute myself, Madam Chair.
Ta-da! Corey Wallen is now included in the results.
Okay. Emily Gamble, are you comfortable?
Yes. One moment, let me, with my speakers here for that concern that I was given.
Okay. I cannot. We are still in the middle of a vote. I see hands. I am going to acknowledge hands. I will not take any motions because we are in the middle of a vote. Okay, so I see Jim Potts and then Oscar. Jim Potts.
Madam Chair, my understanding is that a credentials report may be required prior to any voting. And I understand this is splitting hairs because we're in the second tier of a voting process. So I would seek a ruling from the parliamentarian regarding this question.
I'm taking a chair's privilege and I'm calling this the middle of an election. This is the middle of an election. We do need to finish this election. I respect and understand and trust and believe. I've been on Zoom since 6:20 this morning. So I empathize with all of you. Okay, so we are in the middle of a vote. Oscar. Okay, that's all righty. I think you're saying no. So we will lower. Okay, so two top vote getters. We ready? Ali and Rachel. Okay, we're getting ready to drop this ballot. It is 11:31. Let's get this done by 11:35. Once the ballot is live, please vote quickly and carefully. Raise your hand if you need to be moved so that we can get you taken care of. The ballot is live. The ballot is live. It's 11:32. Let's see if we can get this done by 11:36 because it took us a minute to get it live. 11:36. Probably. V. Halstead, I see your hand is raised. Are you requiring ballot assistance?
I think his name is James Reynolds.
That's James Reynolds?
Yes.
Okay. My apology. I was looking at the screen. Because I can only see the top of their head. Mr. Reynolds, did you have something you want? There we go. Did you have something you wanted to say? Your hand is raised. And you are muted. Let me try to get you to unmute again. There you go.
I just can't vote because I'm on the chat box and the ballot's there, but it won't come up when I click on it.
Okay, so Joshua is going to drop it again.
Okay, let me exit off then. Bring it back up. In the dark.
I need chips. No, I have no idea. I wasn't asking for you guys to do anything.
Okay, got it.
Thank you so very much. Oscar, your hand is up. And I can't hear you, but you're not muted. You're not muted.
Your mic is not connected or picking up sound.
Hello?
There we go. That was
Okay.
me.
Sorry. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, no, it was just a since we've addressed a lot of the disability stuff, going forward, if like when we're doing some of the downtime during this, if we can put up the graphic of where the voting was before.
Where the voting was before.
So like when we're doing like what we're doing right now with the 50-50 split, whenever there isn't, or going forward when there isn't the 50-50 split, if somebody hasn't abruptly won, pulling up everybody's results so we can kind of gauge where everybody's been voted on. Because I think we trust our fellow delegates to kind of, so if we don't know them, we can also pick up where the delegate was from and see that. And so the 10 seconds at least for graphics so that people can see them, process them, monitor them. And then like I was like in the middle of writing stuff down and I have 0 disabilities and I was yet not to be able to write everything that I need to write down.
So
like
you're
as far
asking us to leave them up longer for
please, please, just going forward for people with disabilities that they can have time to process some of it, because I know it's late also, guys. I promise I'm the last person that wants us here later.
Just listen, Oscar, we're never going to stop people from trying to make sure that everyone is included. Thank you.
Oh, I never think that you guys are. Oh no, especially not you. And congratulations, honey.
Thank you. Thank you. John Bilberry.
I got something the last vote. I got a verification screen out there, and I don't understand why I did that. Why I got that.
When you say you got a verification screen, I'm sorry. Give me a little bit more, because I don't vote.
Okay.
And so I don't see what you guys see.
Okay, a box with 9 pictures came up in it, and it asked me which are mountains, and I had to pick the mountains. I've never had that before.
Okay, because we're using Google quite a bit, occasionally they pop up a CAPTCHA, which is a verify that we're not doing something crooked, verify that there are actually humans and not bots, because we're doing a lot of Googling and they just need to make sure that we're legit. But thanks for that.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on Dennis Whitehead, and then we're going to go to results. Whiteman. Dennis Whiteman.
Thank you for getting that right. Madam Chair, we need just like another minute or two. Like in my case, the CAPTCHA thing screen came up 4 times, and not this last election, but the one before that. By the time I entered all that stuff in, what I got was a statement that said voting is closed. So we just need another minute or two for those of us who get stuck in this infinite CAPTCHA thing.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you for that. And you guys, for real, don't hesitate to say those things to me, because I don't vote. And so I'm not experiencing what you're experiencing. I'm just trying to condense the time that we spend on each issue. And sometimes we can't do that. So thank you for pointing that out, you and Mr. Bilberry. Okay, so we are ready to go. And I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
On this vote, we had a total of 202 votes cast, with Ali Canada winning with 138 votes to Rachel Morris's 64.
Okay. Congratulations. Okay. Mute yourself, please. Okay, don't take it down though, because let's give people time to kind of look at it. All righty. Congratulations, Ali Canada. So we have 2 of our 4 affirmative action slots identified. Our new affirmative action members are Jakia Harrison and Ali Canada. We have 2 remaining affirmative action slots to fill. But I do see hands up. I will start with Joshua Harris Teal.
On a motion.
Have you put your motion in the chat, sir?
Not yet, because we aren't voting on it, but I can put it in the chat. I move that we recess in line with our rules and bylaws to reconvene in 30 days.
Okay, so your motion is that that we recess. What is it? In accordance to our Constitution and bylaw, and we reconvene within 30 days. Do I have a second? I'm just going to call folks as I see them. It looks like Sarah wants to be called. She's pick me, pick me.
Oh.
I second Joshua's motion.
I'm sorry.
30 days.
Okay, so we have a second.
Carnes, Canadian County. Y'all know where I live.
Awesome. So we have a first and a second that we recess in accordance to our Constitution and bylaws, and we meet again within 30 days. Let's see if we can get this. I'm gonna lower all hands and see if we can get this passed by unanimous consent. All righty. Let me lower all hands and ask questions. Okay. All righty. Let me ask the question before you raise your hand, please. Okay.
Jim, quit raising your hand.
Yes, sir. I will.
Okay. So all in favor of recessing this meeting where we are now and reconvening and finishing the business of this body within 30 days? No. I'd like to pass that by acclamation. Any objection? I see hands. All righty. So I see hands. So that means that there is objection. So
Madam Chair.
Really?
I withdraw my motion.
You withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. As we all know, Jim Potts' hand was first. Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have posted to Joshua's chat a motion to receive a credentials report so that I can make the following motion to invoke bylaw 37C.
Okay, while you look up that bylaw, I want to.
No, it's a good number, girl. I got it.
Oh, no. I believe that you have it, but I want to share, while you look that up, I want to share with the body. In order to do a credentials call, it is another vote. That's how we do our call. So just so everybody knows, what is the rule that you were looking it up? You got a good number?
Yes, ma'am. It's bylaw 37C, which states, if the state convention fails to obtain a quorum, the delegates present can, upon a motion, second, and passage by a majority vote, may then delegate consideration of the resolutions before the body to a special committee. But first, we have to determine that we do not have a quorum. And earlier, like about 1:30 or so, 1:21, I think is what my notes say, you had ruled that the quorum shall be determined. So this is a ruling from the chair, and it was not questioned, that the quorum shall be determined by the total votes cast. And then later in the day, you stated about 6 o'clock that the magic number, AKA quorum, is 223. This last vote, there were 202 total votes. Thus, we have failed to meet quorum, which according to the chair's rulings, who needs a credential report.
So, so according to the chair's ruling and according to those rules, so that was that vote. And as we know that there are people who aren't voting. So in order to get a credentials report, we have to do a vote. I am not opposed to doing the vote. Let's do the vote to do a credentials, because I think that's what you're asking for, a credentials report, which is in your right as a member of this body. So we're going to do
Oh, ma'am, I'm asking you to stand by your earlier rulings from the chair.
I absolutely resent what you're saying, because I am standing by my rules as were stated both at 1 and 6. And so we are going to have to take a vote because that was how it was decided. We are going to take a vote. Andrew, you're billing that? I have an on a parliamentary inquiry.
Is there a quorum, Madam Chair?
The only way to determine the quorum is to do the vote.
Right. What I'm saying is we're not going to do his vote. We're going to do a quorum call, and that's going to be the end because we don't have quorum.
So are you calling quorum?
Yeah, well, that's what a quorum is.
Now what happened?
We say we need to see if the quorum is working, and then he creates a ballot. Right. This at the end of this parliamentary inquiry session. It's Joshua. No, if we do it, Jay Potts voice, he doesn't realize he's not muted.
Madam Chair, I've got an inquiry, a parliamentary inquiry also.
I'm conferring with the parliamentarian on the last one. Let me get my answer on this one, and then I will come to you.
So she sees you at the top of the list for your parliamentary. Yeah, and you're not muted.
All righty. I'm sorry, I needed to get a ruling on the last one because I don't think you interrupted a parliamentary inquiry for another one. That was a quorum call. Demetrius Barriolis, what do you have?
Well, I had a question on the voting results outcome. I would like to know what the role of the non-vote is, because we had 353 non-votes in the last ballot. Now, does that mean that we just have 353 participants at this event that simply chose not to vote? Or what is the role of that in terms of how we try to measure how many people we have participating at this point?
So so the non-voting folks are folks who either elected not to vote, knowing how that affects quorum, or have logged out. They participated at some point in the day, and so they were part of the number. To Mr. Potts' point, this quorum vote, the number of participants will decide our quorum. If we had 93,000,002 people on here and less than 223 voted, we don't have a quorum. That's how this works. Okay. Do you have a follow-up, Demi?
No, I just, because we've got a screen that reflects that we have 500 something participants, including proxies, but the role of that 305 no vote is critical, because if there's 100 people that just don't want to vote in these elections but are still here, then we have quorum.
Well, but as Mr. Potts said, either at 1 or 6, the determination was made that for a credentials report, that when we did a quorum call, the amount of people who participated in that vote would count towards quorum.
Okay.
Okay, David Nagel?
Okay, I didn't realize. Pardon me. If I recall correctly, and I think it's been confirmed, when Joshua went to withdraw his motion, the second was not withdrawn, and therefore that motion still stands, and we can't transact anything else until we've dealt with his motion. Of course, the person who made the second could also, I suppose, still agree to withdraw the second, should the chairperson want to allow that to take place.
Good catch, David. I am 9 questions, inquiries, orders past that. So could you refresh my memory on what your motion was that you withdrew? And Sarah did not. So Sarah was the seconder.
So if she withdraws, then we will go back to where we're at. If she doesn't withdraw, then we go into a vote on the recess.
Okay, so Sarah, you were the seconder, and I apologize. It was not intentional. So the motion was to recess. Josh rescinded. You were the seconder. What say you?
I'll still keep the motion in play, and then if somebody will second the motion.
No, it stands.
It stands.
It stands.
Okay, so now what we are voting on is whether or not we're going to recess, because that was before all that other discussion. And that was your point. Yes, Mr. Nagel?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you for that catch. I do want to do it right. I don't always, but I appreciate the teachable moment. So we are voting as to whether we will recess. We want to be in alignment with our Constitution and bylaws, which means we would recess and reconvene within 30 days and finish the business of this body. Here's the thing. We got to build a ballot for that. We've changed it kind of 3 times before we could ever vote. So let me give Andrew a second to build that ballot. So give us a second to build that ballot, and we're going to vote on whether or not we recess. Just a second.
So how do we decide when to reconvene? It's part of our bylaws and the Constitution that rules if someone does say they want to reconvene, then it is a 30-day. And that
All righty, so there is a ballot that is about to be dropped on whether or not we are going to recess. It is 11:54. Let's try to get this done by 11:58. Vote carefully, vote quickly. Raise your hand if you need, okay, I'm lowering all hands. Don't know what y'all are doing. I'm lowering all hands. Vote quickly, vote carefully. Now raise your hand if you need help voting, and we will move you and get you some assistance. It has been dropped in the chat. Let's see if we can get all voting done by 11:58. I am aware of the CAPTCHA, and we'll do a pulse before we close the ballot. All righty. While the ballot is closed and we're letting this machine calculate, I do want to say this. There are 231 people logged on at 11:59 on a Saturday night. I want to thank you guys for sticking in. I want to thank all of the volunteers, because a big portion of those are volunteers who have been here all day, helping people vote, answering questions, making sure that we are following the rules. And for those of you who have stayed, thank you so very much. This is how we move forward. We just got to figure out how to do this faster, but making sure that we stay within the rules and everyone is heard. Thank you all. Okay, so we need a second. I was admonished a little earlier because I only acknowledged a couple of people on staff. Every bit of the staff is here. Every bit of the staff is doing work, and I want to make sure that I acknowledge the entire team. So I want to thank Angela Allman, our Director of Communications, Ryan Starkweather, our Director of Operations, Stuart Schofield, our Director of Field, Tucker Gamble, our Deputy Director of Data, Andrew Rickle, our Director of Data, Eric Smith, our Development Director. Oh, I didn't want to be. So all of them are here. All of them are doing the work. I am grateful to them as well. I don't know all of the volunteers. I said Stuart Schofield. I do not know the entire name of all the volunteers.
Scott is here. And you didn't?
I did not forget about Scott. I thanked Scott 19 times earlier. I don't want everybody else to feel jealous.
I know I'm so little, I get lost. You know?
Thank you to the Executive Director of the ODP, Scott Hamilton. Thank you so very much. We have a whole host of volunteers who have been helping people vote, helping people credential. Thank you so very much. Andrew? We're all a little punch drunk. Andrew? Oh my gosh. Okay. So the computer froze.
I got a little entertainment for the people.
No, the people don't need to be entertained. The people are fine.
Also, Jana said she wanted to sing.
All right, I got results.
We got results.
Awesome. We have results. And per usual, how we do this, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew to reveal the results. Andrew?
Okay. So there were 187 votes cast, 166 said to recess, and only 21 people said to let's keep this party going.
Thank you so very much. And to speak to what everyone, there were a couple of concerns. And on the last vote for affirmative action, there were some people who were here who did not vote. So we do not have a quorum, but we did vote to recess. Please be on the lookout for the call for the reconvene. And again, thank you all for staying. And we are done for the night. Recessed, not adjourned. Have a nice night. Okay, so before I end, I need to do the live transcript and the record.
You're not muted.
You can all unmute yourselves and say parting words. It's a gift that I give to the people.
Good night, everyone.
Night, Jim.
Bye.
Shout out from CD3. I hope you enjoyed my dancing at the very end.
I left all the dancing dolls, dancing.
Okay, I think I saved it. Michelle Tilly hanging in there.
Right.
If my-
Good
if
night,
the
everyone,
anchor-
right there.
Be happy to see everyone today.
Thank you for credentials
Good
room,
night.
everyone.
Oh, boy.
Y'all all did a fabulous job. Thank you.
I want to be able to vote for Josh someday. Bye, everybody.
Jim. Good night, everybody.
Go sign that petition 1816.
Hey,
Yes.
wait, is
Good night.
Senator Richard LeBlanc still on
Getting
here?
closer.
Oh. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Robbie, Ben.
No, he was on. He was like moving around. yawning.
190 proof, Everclear.
It lost. His
There really are.
Pass me some of that over here, okay? I need some of that.
My Mac will sleep soon
Jim's
unless
always
plugged into a
prepared.
power
Hey,
outlet.
Alicia. How you doing?
Barbara, I think you're still on.
Why are people having so much fun?
Good night, John
Dale,
Boy.
can you turn on the